Boy, we have lights up here, so I don't know if I can see all of you. If you want to come on in and have a seat, we'll go ahead and get started. Okay, welcome back to our convention this morning. We hope you enjoyed Western Night last night, our social, and we will begin this morning with this in the spirit of prayer. So please join with me. Heavenly Father, bless these people who have gathered today for the 61st Annual Joint North Dakota Water Convention and Irrigation Workshop. These people have dedicated their lives to water in our state, and we are grateful for them. Thank you for the abundance of water in our state. The plentiful resource allows us to bring quality water to people in all corners of our state, and we are blessed with the gift of water for the life it brings. Bless this day, and may we enjoy learning more about water and how we can continue to enhance our lives with this wonderful resource. In your name we pray. Amen. Now, if you would please stand and join with me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. You may be seated. So we have our leadership priorities as our first session this morning, and we're honored, and I am very honored to introduce to you Senator Ron Sorvaag and Representative Mike Nathe. And they are our first panel this morning. And here to give us some insights about the upcoming session. Senator Sorvaag was elected to the North Dakota Senate in 2010. He is a member of Senate Appropriations Committee and chairs the Education and Environment Division, which oversees the water budget. During this interim, he was also chairman of the Water Topics Overview Committee. Senator Sorvaag grew up in Argusville, North Dakota, and farmed there from 1976 through 1999. Ron and his wife Carla own a small business, First Choice Apparel and Embroidery in Fargo. So if you need any of that done, I recommend that you throw a little business Ron's way. I can say that same thing about the next one, but that's a little different. So next is Representative Nathe, who is currently a member of the North Dakota House of Representatives from District 30 in Bismarck. He was elected in 2008. He currently is chairman of the House Education and Environment section of House Appropriations, which oversees the water budget in the House. Representative Nathe was also a prime sponsor of the landmark infrastructure bill known as the Prairie Dog in the 2019 session. That's a bill that helps fund infrastructure projects in North Dakota cities and counties, and he is also the owner of Bismarck Funeral Home. He and his wife Karen have 3 children and 2 grandchildren. With that, I would help me welcome them to the stage, and we'll have them take some seats up here and they can speak, and then we'll have time for some Q&A for you. Please welcome them.
Well, I'm Mike Nathe, and thank you for having us here today. It's my pleasure to be here. I'm excited about taking some questions from this group. We were asked to speak about the legislative session, obviously water issues, those things that Senator Sorvaag and I do come across during the session. So just a quick couple points on the upcoming session. Some of the big things we're going to be dealing with, obviously, you all know, is the property tax issue is first and foremost. There's roughly around 55, 56 bills right now having to do with property tax that are pending. So we're going to get plenty of property tax discussions before we walk out, and no short of any ideas. The Senate will have their ideas, the House will have our ideas, and then with Governor-elect Armstrong, no doubt he'll have his ideas and maybe even a plan for all we know. So we have a big task ahead of us with property tax. We're looking, obviously, workforce issues that we've been dealing with the last several sessions. That is still top of mind. Daycare to help people along with the businesses, helping our cities and counties and those sorts of things. In your world, the water, and also in my section that I chair, the water budget is one of the biggest ones that we take care of and that we talk about. So plenty of things to work on, plenty of things to discuss, and it's going to be a very interesting session. But of course, we say that every session. We say every session, this is going to be the big one. And every session has its challenges, but I have no doubt we'll meet those challenges. So we're looking forward to it.
I would just, and he touched on something I've always telling people too, because you always hear it's a challenging or it's going to be a record-setting, or they all are. And I think Mike gave a good overview. Just a little, I think you're going to see at the end of the day, of course, the property tax deal is going to have all the headlines through probably into February, because those two committees, the tax committee's got a lot of work to do. And it is going to drive some of what we do from an appropriation standpoint, because I'm hearing things anywhere from 300 to 400 million to up to 700 million. And if you start getting 600-700 million, it will affect budgets. But otherwise, the dollars look very similar to last session. I think we're going to be able to do a lot. Excuse me. And but I think water world, and I always remind people, and I hope you all appreciate that, but it's a unique budget in the sense that we have our own source of money, and that there's not too many others that have that. And I hope people appreciate when the people put that in, and constitutional, I know the dollars can be adjusted, but that is what's really allowing us to do the things with water. I don't have to go, when I have the water budget, neither does Mike's side have to compete with higher ed, compete with that, because no one else can touch that resource. And it looks like we're going to have probably, from my time in water, and I've been involved quite a few years now, probably the second highest of having resources available through the Resource Trust Fund of dollars. Last session was historical, at least to my knowledge, because we actually appropriated 627 million new dollars. Now, that number was distorted because of the COVID dollars and leftover, and we had put this huge project stabilization fund money away, and we spent it all. But even with that gone, coming into this next session, and I just reviewed that with Andrea to make sure it hadn't changed too much, because during Water Topics we kept getting, but it looks like somewhere between 475 and 500 million of new dollars are going to be available for water. And that's a lot of money. And we will be doing a lot of good things. The budget starts over in Mike's side and his division, and we'll see where they lay the groundwork for it. But I think we're going to do a lot of good things for water. We're not going to do everything that's requested, because water is like everyone else. The requests are much, much higher than the resources we do have. But we are going to be able to continue to fund, I think, all of those buckets in a competitive or in an adequate way, so that no one's going to get everything they want, but everybody's going to get a pretty good piece of the pie. At least we should at the end of the day, and keep everything statewide moving forward.
I think one of the challenges in regards to water, and the Senate also has the same challenge, and it's something you should be very aware of, is the term limits, the effects of term limits on the legislature, and quite frankly, in appropriations and on the water budget. I had a longtime member, Representative Jim Schmidt, who was our water guy, and as you know, he knows everything about water. Believe me, I've heard it. But he left, and my concern was, I need somebody who knows this budget, who knows your industry. And quite frankly, I was lucky enough to find somebody in Representative Steve Swantek from Fargo. Now, Steve wasn't a water guy, but he dove into it and learned it, and is is got a great handle on it. But going forward, when people like Ron and I leave, there's going to be new people coming in. They're only there for a session or two, and boom, they're in appropriations, and they know nothing about your industry. And it takes a long time to understand industries like yourself and all the other budgets that we deal with. So that is a big concern for me going forward with the legislature, the state, your industry, is getting people up to speed and understanding what you do and what your needs are and how we can best serve the people in the water industry. Ron had talked about the money that we're going to be dealing with, almost $500 million, and that is a lot of money. The governor said last week, he talked about some bonding ideas, bonding proposals. I think that's an idea worth exploring. As you know, we bonded for the diversion project, which I was a big advocate of, and I think it was a great move on our part. I have several of my colleagues are interested in maybe bonding for some of the bigger projects in the water budget, thus freeing up money for some of the other more medium to smaller projects. So those discussions are being held. I know Ron has probably heard those same things. And so those are discussions that we'll have in the House, and looking forward to those.
Yeah, and I think bonding, I hope, is part of the discussion. And I think it's, I have to apologize, my voice is still, I drove here, I got up at 4 o'clock this morning and drove here from Fargo. So anyway, the bonding is so critical to all you, and I hope you remember that. And I'm going to use the diversion as an example. We had made a commitment of $66 million a biennium to the Fargo diversion, which would have taken, I don't even remember how many years, but probably 12 years, 14 years to pay out that share, whatever the math is. But by bonding it and getting it done, it freed $66 million a biennium for all the other projects. And I think that's why if we do this bonding, which I hope, or at least partial bonding, I don't know if we need to fund all the way, but if and the other two big projects, I think you all know, it's Minot and Red River Water Supply. And just to back up, we got hit in North Dakota with 3 multi-billion-dollar projects at the same time. The FM diversion, Minot flood control, and I know it's Mouse River, but it's easy to understand, and then Red River Water Supply, which is supplying water to probably half the state as a backup source. But to have them all hit our system at the same time, plus of all the other needs that all of you have, whether you're in rural water, we got Southwest, we got NAWS, WAS, and conveyance, all up and down. That would be something very few states can handle. But we've done a pretty good job. And bonding helped in the one, and the price of oil and the revenues from oil has helped a lot. But we're still kind of hitting the ceiling, and I think what Mike alluded to a little bit, if we could bond these other two big ones and get them done. It isn't just for them, or bond enough, but if we could free up $150 million for everything else, it is really phenomenal what we can do for water. I think it's phenomenal what we've been doing the last few years because of the resources we have. But you start, when you work with that budget a long time and realize even 500, more realistic long-term might be 400 million, but if you can free 100 million of that and still take care of everything else we've been doing, that really puts North Dakota water, which it's the one thing pretty much that every citizen is, well, they are. There isn't a citizen that doesn't drink water or every other nature. So I think it's critical, and I'm excited, and I'm glad bonding is front and center. I'm glad Governor Burgum put it forward. He's not going to be here to advocate as the governor, but he put it into the discussion, and it's critical. So
bonding is a great tool. It's a great cash management tool that, quite frankly, we haven't done in the past. When I got in 08, the attitude was everything needed to be paid in cash. And a lot of us had advocated for years about bonding because interest rates had dropped to historic lows. And we finally were able to do it with the diversion bond. And even though rates have gone up since then a little bit, there's still pretty good rates to do. We have a funding source. Funding sources, quite frankly, to fund that bond. And I just think it's a great tool in cash management. And as Senator Sorvaag said, we can touch all these other little projects too once we get these big ones off the table. That was the thought with the diversion. Let's get that thing off the table, and let's move on to these other projects that need it also, so we can touch more of the state. And I think the benefits are already showing already, and the diversion's clicking right along. So things are moving well in that regard. So.
You know, They said there'd be question and answer, and if Mike's ready, I could talk here a long time, but I would like to
He's
hear
a
from you
senator, they
guys.
do that.
I'm going to be real nice this morning and not react to that, but otherwise, were there going to be questions? Who has them? Oh, Mary has. It's just start speaking because it's really hard to see anybody with these lights out there.
Yes, it is. I agree, it's hard to see out there. So you're talking bonding. We'll start with that, I guess. And what would be, we're glad to hear that. What would be the process to help have that happen, and how could we assist with that?
Ron, go ahead.
Well, I think, we have our own process as legislators. We go through steps, and but I think it needs to be promoted that people are supporting it and telling legislators that they're supporting it, because the real process where it'll start, and if it's going to be just water, but it could be bonding more than just water. That's where it really becomes a leadership thing, and we got to talk about it on all our budgets. But if it's on the water part, I think part of it is it just needs to get put in the budget, and obviously leadership has to approve it, but then people need to get behind it. They need to help explain what the benefit is. I mean, I could stand here and talk numbers, and I will, but I'm going to equate how I see the bonding. It should be the water part of it. If the rest of the stuff, and Mike could address it, because he's got a lot of other pieces. But on the water part, I made this commitment of water topics, and I mean, not only one, but I've kept it public because I think it always was required that people understood that. And this was a few sessions in terms ago in water topics where somebody was complaining because Red River water supply was just coming around, and that they're going to eat all the money up, or Minot flood control is going to eat all the money up. And I said at that time, and I think we've done a good job of it, that we really need to commit, at that time, $200 million a biennium. And I know I asked Chris Katamus this at Water Topics, is the number more realistic, 250? And that's what it's getting to. And what that is, we need that to come out of that budget first to make sure we have followed through on all the promises and all the other groups involved. And what I'm talking about is rural, municipal, all the things, the smaller flood control. And I think we've done that in the last few budgets and hopefully continue. And because that all has to do. So how do we take that additional money and make it work? And it's bonding. And people need to tell that message to their legislators. It's okay to vote for bonding. How this water, it's going to help all of us. And how I see the bonding in water, and I don't have the budget first. I think we'll visit some along the way. But if we could just bond even part of those two big projects and free up an extra 100 million or so, because that really makes this whole budget work really well. You guys got new ideas. Bismarck now has a flood control issue coming up, and they need some money. And I always said if we could bond these two big ones out of there, we can grab another $100 million project or this or that, and it makes room for funding all of it. So where does it start? It needs to be put in a budget. But obviously, no division's going to throw bonding in without leadership writing, because it really takes a team effort to get bonding across. And that means both chambers, leadership, committees, and all of that. And so that's part of it, but it's going to have to take work from all the water people too, to tell, because you all have legislators, and tell them that bonding in this case is good and it's going to benefit every one of our projects. Not only this biennium, but many, many bienniums. And I'll let you talk on that.
You don't pass big budgets, big projects, big ideas by yourself. It's truly a team effort in the legislature. Like I said, you work with your counterparts in the Senate, you work with your colleagues in your chamber, you work with the governor, you work with the departments that you're working with. It is truly a team effort, but the big thing is education. Whatever the issue is, you have to educate the legislature. To answer your question, what you all can do when it comes, say, to the bonding question is to educate your local legislator, because believe me, there are people in there that have no idea how bonding works, which is utterly amazing. There's other things too that some of these people don't understand. They don't know how bonding works, and they don't know the benefits of bonding. And they sure as heck don't know the benefits to your industry when it comes to bonding. So when these sorts of things come out and Andrea says, hey, I need help, or Ron and I say we need the industry to step in, we need your help to educate these legislators so when we bring these budgets forward, we don't get no votes, we don't get pushback. They understand what it's going to mean to their community. And that's really the biggest thing. This is not a hard game. This is a game where you work together, and you learn, and you educate. And the education is the big piece. So I would say, coming from you all out there, educating your legislator and telling them how it benefits their district is probably the most powerful thing you can do to help us.
And just to expand, and Mike touched on it earlier, that we do have a lot of money, and there has become a mindset that everything should be paid cash for. But that's not good money management. And if you look at and you guys, you really wouldn't see it unless you were in multiple, we used quite a few lines of credit last session in multiple, higher ed, water, kind of the budgets we were involved in. Now, most of those lines of credit never got tapped, and are not going to get tapped. But they do allow the bidding process and a lot of the processes, and it's not a brilliant tool. It's actually, I was first approached about doing more of that by a banker. And it's kind of just paying cash for anything is not necessarily good use of your money, depending on the borrowing, but leveraging, and we do a lot of that leveraging with lines of credit through the Bank of North Dakota. We did a lot of them last session. And again, very, very few of them will actually ever be tapped, but they're allowing the process to go forward, and it's benefiting everybody. So borrowing money, it don't make a difference if it's personal business or the state of North Dakota. If we manage it right, it's a good tool. And that's really the mindset, that we just don't have to pay cash for everything. And I think that's always the biggest hurdle in bonding.
Yeah, and we have the funding sources.
We have the revenue sources to pay the bonds and not what would be handcuff the future.
Yeah.
If we do it right, we can set up the funding sources, pay off the bonding, and there's still adequate resources to do everything else the state does, excluding a major, major disaster. But if you're going to plan every budget only on the fact that the whole bottom could fall out of everything, we wouldn't get much done. And we do have reserves and backs up with budget stabilization. So North Dakota's in a good place financially. And yes, we've been part of it, but a lot of other people. And the time Mike and me come in, there was leadership setting the table to put this. We've saved money, we've given money back, and we're doing a heck of a lot with the money. So I think we can continue to do that and put bonding out there at the same time.
Great.
Sounds good, thank you. Just one quick question to go with bonding. Have either of you had any conversations with our Governor-elect Armstrong on bonding?
I've had a conversation with the Governor-elect Armstrong, but not on bonding, and I suspect I will next week. I'm meeting with him earlier next week, so we'll be touching on several different topics. Ron may have. I have not yet.
I haven't had any discussions with him either, and I haven't reached out a whole lot because, as I'm getting told by people, he's drinking from a fire hose right now, and it's well, we'll see what he comes with. But I know Governor-elect very well, and he's pretty open to discussions and everything. He served in the Senate with him for many years, and so I don't know what his feelings are. I guess I've just kind of waited. He'll come out with his supplemental budget or whatever terminology you want, his version of the budget, and then we'll get into the weeds and figure out what's going on.
Believe me, we'll know his opinion soon enough. That's for sure.
Yeah, he's not shy.
No, he isn't, which is a good thing for all of us. I think the next question I'd like to ask is, you mentioned the turnover with term limits and educating people. You understand how complex water is. How do we educate our legislators? I suppose small bites, big bites, the fire hose. Do you have any ideas for us on moving forward with that education?
Well, I think there's a couple things you could do in the interim when we're not meeting, maybe in the local areas, inviting your local legislators, have a pop in a roll. Believe me, free food, they'll show up, and have a sit-down meeting with them and explain to them what water means to their district and the benefits and the challenges that they're looking that you need to be addressed. and to get them kind of excited about it and get them kind of working on it. I think that's the best thing to do during the session, much along the same way. When you're up at the Capitol, ask for some time, 10 minutes on the cafeteria or in the hallway, and pull them aside, give them some information. I realize you may do some of that already, but for a legislator to see somebody from their home district sitting them down and saying, I need to talk to you about this issue, this is how it affects our issue, this is what we really need you to help us with, here's some information, can you help us with it? And you have to ask, excuse me, you have to ask for the sale. You got to say, can you help me with this? And that's really the best way, is the one-on-one conversations with the legislators to hit home.
And I'm going to go a little more just on the water part of it. But I'll start it out with this, the whole problem of term limits. And I know a lot of people thought it was a good idea, but it was a bad idea for North Dakota citizen legislature, because it takes a while to acquire knowledge. And you can only absorb so much, you learn it over time. I've been involved with water a long time. Representative Smith, as Mike brought up, was involved with water a long time. We both know a lot about it. He still does, but I was in the Senate and he was the House, and it seemed like the right place. And there's others that knew part, but it's always been a small group. And that's crazy. Water is too big and too important and too diverse. But I don't know how. I chaired water topics, and if you would have been there for my first 3 meetings, I had one veteran saying, what are you doing? You quitting? But it was an educational experience. That was what it was about. We touch our numbers, we typed this. I had Andrea in there, I had her crew in there, I had people, and I said, you know, you guys aren't going to absorb it all, but you need to know how this functions. It isn't as simple as you think, and all the different areas it come from and how it's funded, who's in charge. It isn't just to build a dike for flood control or put a water pipe in. We got conveyance, we got irrigation, we've got all these other things going on. We're funding wells during the drought and for the cattle industry and all these pieces. So there was an attempt to educate. And that's because half of my committee had never been near water before. Now 90% of it probably went over their head, but we can do certain of that. But really, the best education is working in it. And it's, I think, key. When I get the water budget, I've got new people on my division again, and I'm really committed to try to get a couple of them engaged in understanding water, too, because it's too big and everything's really should never be one or two just being the expert. But we always kind of move to that because we don't have a lot of time, and there's a lot of information to absorb. But I think it's just educating and even reaching out to new legislators coming in. I know you hold events, I know you hold that, but it doesn't hurt to just set up one-on-one, especially if a legislator from a district that you live in. And if you're involved in water, whether it's with your water district or rural water, whatever your capacity, ask to have a cup of coffee and let them know. The more legislators that know what's going on, the better on every subject. But I still don't know how you're going to have a very educated group. You will have those that come in with the expertise of what they've been doing. But the legislative process is different than running a business, running anything else. And I'm not sure. It'll work out, but I kind of like the system the way it was. So.
I think term limits is going to make your jobs harder as far as getting your policy, your needs, your challenges, what you need done. It's going to be harder for you because 8 years, four sessions is not enough. It took me 3 sessions before I became a chairman, and I'm still learning as we go along. I've been in this 16 years. I know some people that are more senior than I that have been in it 25, 30 years still learning this. Heck, they're still learning your industry because they're not in it, but they're still learning it. So term limits is going to have a huge effect. And it does, and it's not because Ron and I want to be in the legislature for 50 years. We can see the negative effects already that's going to happen down the road to the state. And it's kind of too bad because I think, like as Ron said, the state's never been in such a great financial position. And that's because of the legislators before us currently, and you hope that would keep moving. But when you deal with vastly inexperienced people with no institutional knowledge, there's going to be mistakes made, and I just hate to see that happen to the state because we are sitting in an excellent position, and inexperienced people could also hurt your industry too. So I think it'd be even more important that you step up and talk to the legislators. As Ron said, the new guys especially, get them new Because just think about it, the chairmen that are going to take our spot haven't even been elected yet. They haven't been elected yet. So when we leave in a number of years, you know, and some new guy's going to come in and he's going to have 1 or 2 sessions under his belt and he's going to go, what's rural water? I've had people ask me what rural water was. I had no idea. It's kind of scary when you think about it that way. And we're talking big numbers, right? $4, $5, $500 million to deal with. And some of these budgets are a lot bigger than that we have to deal with. So term limits is a huge challenge, and it's unfortunate we had it, and we'll see how that plays out.
And I think just to expand a little, where you really see the effect is the large infrastructure budgets outside of water and inside of water. I mean, in some of these, I mean, you work quite a few years till you get along, and the person that's starting working in that, and I'm talking from the legislative, is going to be gone before you even get close to near the end. And you're going to see that all over the place, and I think it'll make the agency stronger, but the people's representatives, which we are at the end of the day, are going to be weaker. Not because there's anything wrong or we're anything special, but you do learn, well, hopefully we're learning something along. I think we are, but you're supposed to learn something as you go along to pass on.
So and then a positive note, in the meantime, Ron and I are going to work our butts off to try to do the best we can and get the state and the water industry in the best position that we can, and work with all of you to do that. And you can count on that. So
Appreciate that. I'll hog the mic just for one more question here. Brought up property tax, so I know that's on everybody's mind. With water, a couple of things. Our water resource districts and others are able to tax or, you know, do mill levies to build projects and help there. So if you could talk about maybe the effect on infrastructure if something happens there. The other question I would have is there 20.5% of the oil extraction tax for the Resources Trust Fund tends to be at risk, and do you see, I'd say every session, we always have to protect that. Do you see that as being an issue also?
go ahead, Ron.
I didn't understand the
Resources Trust Fund, are they going to try to take that away from us, bottom line? Are they going to try to use it somewhere else in the budget?
I hope not. You mean taking water money outside of the water department?
Yeah, take care, but
I know there's been talk of that. I hope not. I hope we have plenty of water projects that fit under what's the water department's doing now to use the resources. And it isn't like those resources are going just as limited areas. They are being spread all over. And I think we need to be open-minded. And I'll use one thing. It's a minor example, but it does fit into the fact where experience helps, and we've got to always be looking how we're allocating those dollars. I'm not saying there isn't room for more, but it's who manages them. And you'll take general water, any of you involved with irrigation, conveyance. That used to be a few bienniums. We had it around 20 million, and I think it's gone down to about 12 million now. And there's been some criticism that that's too low. And I think that it probably is too low, and I think hopefully I've got to visit with Steve and you guys a little bit too of the conversations that I've had. But I think there's room to raise that up, back up to the 20. And it's just a minor example, but there's the things where communication experience has to be. And if there's some of these other ideas that are out there, the money doesn't have to be taken out of the Resource Trust Fund to another agency. We can manage some of that, at least in the beginning, and see how it works. I'm not going to go into details because I'm not sure if there's more than one thing you're talking about. But at the end of the day, we have plenty of projects in the buckets that exist today to use the resources that the Resource Trust Fund has. And if there's new ideals that want to move in a different area, I think we need to find other funding sources. Because the minute, and I'll go one area is not storm sewers, but drainage and all. It goes to the Department of Environmental Quality. And if we start replacing sewer lines and all that out of the Resources Trust Fund money, you guys are going to be sitting here in a meeting in a few years going, what the heck happened to all our projects and what are we doing? Because there's a lot of money now, but there's not a lot of money if you take it away from water, and that's exactly what a lot of these, and there's different ideas. And I'm glad people are bringing ideas, because we always got to discuss them and what's there. But right now, there's plenty of water projects, traditional water projects, which is flood control, water supply, conveyance, and all those issues to use the resources. And there's plenty of high priority projects to use those resources that they should not go anywhere else out of the Resource Trust Fund. That's one senator's opinion.
I can tell you in the House, we've not had that discussion. Quite frankly, there's no need to put that money at risk. You know, if we were in financial straits and had a hard time raising money and we needed these things, then you start looking for money every place or under every rock. But to answer your question, the conversations I've been part of, there's not been one discussion about that one bit. So we're in an extremely strong financial position to meet a lot of the other needs, as Ron had said. So there would be no need to tap that at all.
That's good news. Thank you.
Probably have time for one more question if there's one out there.
We covered everything.
Good morning, thank you. Lauren DeWitt, these term limits really bother me. And do you think that we would, as a group, have an opportunity to recommend who goes on to what committees? I know right now we don't have much input on committee assignments. But if we take a freshman legislator, educate him in water issues, would we have any input, do you think? Can we have some input later on down the road on these committee assignments? So we can get people in that we know understand water?
That's a conversation, Lauren, you could have maybe with whoever the current chairman is of that committee and see, hey, I would like to talk to this gentleman. We think this guy might be a good fit for the committee. We've been talking to him. We think he's got the expertise to do it. So that's a good conversation you could have with the chairman of the committee, and then maybe a side conversation with the leader, kind of put the bug in their ear about that. But like you said, it's the leadership and the committee on committees that decide who goes on it. So, but again, conversations with all the players never hurts.
I think there was a few discussions I had with leadership. Leadership chooses who goes on the committees. I have no say in that, and actually who's on my division. But over the last couple sessions, I've had discussions with leadership, and I'm talking water specifically, that I need somebody else in the Senate to work with to kind of help understand what we're doing, why we're doing, not to influence their thinking, but to understand the process. But when you bring term limits up, it's kind of like it doesn't work. I mean, there's Senator Meyer, I'm not saying he's a water person, but I use that as an example. He's much younger than me. If I run out the term limits, he runs out the term limits, he's gone before I am. I mean, it's just, who do you kind of pass this on? Because we're all going to, a fourth of the legislature is gone every biennium. And it's just, how do you have knowledgeable? Now, if somebody comes in with a water expertise, I hope that's considered. But you're going to have leaders and appropriations heads, chairs, and all that in their second, third session. So I don't know how this works. This isn't a doomsday. It'll work out. Other states do it. But I think what legislature is weakened, and I do think it's going to put a lot more pressure on organizations like you guys. I mean, people involved with water, higher ed, the same discussion. It's going along everywhere. You're going to have to engage. And I think, be honest, if I was you guys, as it goes forward, you need to be out recruiting legislative candidates that understand water. That, I think, is where you're going to really see the difference. It's no longer wait, and then in 6 years they'll figure out how this works and that. You might have to identify in your areas and say, this person's been great. They're in that spot in life. Let's get behind them and get them in there. That'll give water a good reputation. And I think every area is going to have to do that. It's going to have to be much, much more serious, engaging who's getting recruited to sit in these seats and hopefully win them.
Okay, we're about there. Are we good with questions? Have we covered enough? I think so. Let's give them a round of applause and say thank you. Annie has given you. Thank you very
thank you.
much.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you. Appreciate it. Thank you. Okay. Thank you very much.
I put the clicker back up on the podium. Yep.
Well, thank you. Appreciate them and all they do and all their hard work. Please give them one last round of applause. Well, I've got two mics here, I guess. I just like to hog the floor, I guess. Okay, our next session is entitled The Future of Irrigation Update on Statewide Feasibility Study. We all know how important irrigation is to North Dakota. This year, the Irrigation Association, in partnership with the Department of Water Resources, the Garrison Diversion Conservancy District, North Dakota State University, and water users, undertook a study to determine the feasibility of developing irrigation in every corner of the state. Here to give us an update on this study is Dr. Zhulu and Rob Proulx. Let me give you gentlemen a brief introduction up here. Zhulu is an associate professor of the Department of Agricultural and Biosystems Engineering at NDSU with teaching and research responsibilities. He earned his PhD from the University of Georgia in 2003 and moved to North Dakota in 2008. His research mainly focuses on modeling and managing large-scale agricultural and hydrological systems for sustainable uses of soil and water resources. Rob Proulx is an agricultural technology systems specialist with NDSU Extension, serving since January of 2023. He has statewide responsibility for extension education in agriculture, technology, including precision agriculture, sprayer systems, and machinery systems. So please help me in welcoming these gentlemen up.
Good morning. As you can tell, Zhulu, my colleague Rob, right? We are here to represent our team to give you guys an update on the statewide irrigation feasibility study project. Well, we're very honored to be here. So the team members include Ali Bas Rafkan. He's the PhD student. Currently, we're hired to work on this project. And he and Rob are the main reasons that this project is still on the schedule to deliver our product we're set to have. We only have like 9 months to work on this project. And he's very hardworking student and self-motivated. I like to take this time to make a plug here. So he's graduating in May, this coming May. And if any of you guys want to have someone work on the GIS area and also data and analytics, and he will be very good candidate to work on. I think he has Iran is his country of origin, but he already had his green card. He's eligible to work anywhere in the United States. And we also have James Kim. He is not a part of our department, but works for USDA, but he has office in our department. His specialty is the remote sensing area. And our project early on have some questions so I have for him. And he's very interested in this project, and he has been contributing to this project and participating in our project meetings all the time. So I like to acknowledge that too. And then last not least is Tom Scherer, and most of you guys are familiar with him. And we are new to this group, but he is a kind of familiar face. And he has retired a couple years ago, but he is very generous in contributing his time and share his expertise with us. So I think his contribution is beyond putting him in the acknowledged page. So I like to acknowledge that as well. Data show that North Dakota needs more irrigation. So here we put a slides with 9 states here, right? And all the 9 states has one common feature is there are states that entirely or partially covered by the Missouri River Basin. Who has the? We have two column of data here. We got the high bar is cropland in the states, and then the short bar is how much the land is irrigated, right? Kansas has most cropland. Who has second? North Dakota has second one, but who has the least irrigated cropland? That's us. That's North Dakota, right? So North Dakota has among these 9 states covered by Missouri River Basin, North Dakota has the second largest cropland, but the least irrigated cropland. If we compare, that's percentage of irrigated land, cropland. North Dakota has about 1%, right? The second least is our neighbor, South Dakota, even double our percentage. So that's and then on average, U.S. has 15% of cropland that's irrigated. So this graph just screaming that we need more irrigation, right? And you probably don't need to come here to tell you this. Everyone in this room maybe is aware of this fact more than we do, and your leaders know is even better. So I think about 1 year ago, December 2023, so the North Dakota Irrigation Association leaders contacted Rob and so asked us to, and also they came to NDSU campus, and we have a hybrid meeting with Department of Water Resources and also Garrison Division folks there from kind of online attend the meeting, and they asked us basically commission us to do this project, to conduct the irrigation feasibility study for the North Dakota statewide. And the goal of the project is to identify the lands that in North Dakota that has irrigation potential development. And so the research idea is not us, and is yours, and we're just happy to be part of this project and to be happy to contribute to this kind of like initiative. We did this, we carried this project in 3 stages. Okay, so first stage is to update the existing soil irrigability map. That is already available in the Department of Water Resources website, but it's kind of outdated. I think it was done by Tom in 2008, right? And Rob are gonna tell you more about this, and he basically single-handedly to finish this stage. And then we did the second stage is to try to remove from this soil irrigability map, remove some lands that are unavailable and unsuitable for irrigation. I will explain what do these terms mean. And the last stage, we try to identify the lands that has irrigation potential. So first of all, I will allow Rob to give you an update of this first stage.
Yes, thank you, Zhulu. So I'll today describe in a little more detail what that first stage all entailed. And that was, again, to update the soil irrigability map. And so if you go to the North Dakota Department of Water Resources map service, you can access the current data layer online, and it would look something like this on a statewide view. And it's a good data layer. There's nothing wrong with it, and this is a little bit more of a close-up with the legend on here, but the issue with it for this particular study is you might notice that most of the state of North Dakota consists of conditionally irrigable land, which means that it's not prime irrigable land, but it perhaps could be irrigated under good management conditions. And the challenge with, or the reason why the map needed to be updated, the primary reason is that not all of those conditional soils are the same, right? So the specific conditions that are making that soil conditionally irrigable, they vary, and capturing that variability is really important because it dictates the types of management practices that would need to be implemented in order to perhaps irrigate these soils. So to update this map, I went back to the initial source, which Tom is lead author on with some other colleagues. And in this publication, the work that had already been done was to place each of the soil types in North Dakota into one of 29 different irrigability groups. And you can see on the right-hand part of the screen here a table that is just even a partial table of how some of those soils line up. But having the foresight and knowing that to try to manage, or to only manage based on 29 separate categories would be quite difficult, Tom Scherer, during his time as our water engineer, had classified or categorized these different 29 categories, had grouped them together into groups that would be relevant for irrigation. So that was this publication here. And how those groupings worked was groups 1 through 7 in that larger NDSU publication are all irrigable. So you could kind of put those together. It's pretty self-explanatory that they're irrigable. The conditionally irrigable soils can be placed into 3 groups. So that would be in the main NDSU publication to be numbers 8 through 22. But rather than having what that would be, I think, 15 different categories, you could put that into 3. Where you have soils that are conditionally irrigable because they have poor internal drainage, or moderately low to moderately slow to slow permeability. The second category is those that have restricted drainage, which means that they do have a high permeability layer, but then there's some sort of a restriction under that that's going to restrict their drainage. And then finally, the third grouping of these conditionally irrigable soils is that they require supplemental drainage because they're poorly drained soils and they may have a high water table and they may have salinity concerns. So these are the 3 main, what we've called functional groups for these conditionally irrigable soils. And then finally, you have several different non-irrigable soil categories as well for various reasons. So the current map, if you go to the Department of Water Resources and Map Service and pull it up, it's color-coded in this way. So all the conditional are grouped together, the irrigable stand apart, and then all the non-irrigable are grouped together. And we've just modified that somewhat for the purposes of this study, where we've separated out the 3 conditionally irrigable soils, and we've also highlighted the ones that are non-irrigable due to the slope versus the other types of non-irrigable soils. And the reason for that, we kind of patterned that after a study that an engineering firm had done for the Garrison diversion area. But what was really important for this particular study was to separate out those conditionally irrigable categories. So now the map that we're using for this study looks something like this. You can see a lot more variability. You can see that it's not dominated by the yellow class of conditionally irrigable soils, but instead those conditionally irrigable soils are separated out into 3 different groupings. And that really helps to, for one, identify some of the spatial patterns that exist. So for example, the soils that are conditional due to poor drainage and potentially high water table and salinity are really highly concentrated in the Red River Valley, but also in the eastern third of the state. Those soils that are conditionally irrigable due to slow permeability tend to be found scattered throughout much of the state. And then those soils that are conditionally irrigable due to a restricted layer are found primarily in the southwest part of the state. So that was one of the big changes that was made in updating the map for the purposes of this study. The other, to dive a little bit into the weeds on how the study is conducted, the one other important change is that there's 2 different scenarios that we consider. And we've labeled those the permissive and the restrictive scenario. And they're largely based on how we handled what's called the local phases of the soil. So I'm diving a little bit deep into the weeds of how soils are surveyed here, but what a local phase is, it's a localized criteria that helps to identify a soil. So for example, you go on the web soil survey and it says your soil is type XYZ, and then it might also have a local phase associated with it in a particular location. And some examples of that would be, it might be moderately saline or strongly saline or very strongly saline, or it might be very poorly drained or frequently flooded or very frequently flooded. And it might seem obvious that, well, of course you should consider these things because they're relevant for irrigation. But the two reasons why you maybe would not consider them is, first, the local phases haven't necessarily been updated for decades. I mean, these soils are not surveyed on, a 2 or 3 or 5 year cycle. So it may have been a long time since these soils have been surveyed. And that's really relevant for these local phases because they tend to depend on things that change over time and that are responsive to management. So it's difficult to just assume that, yes, we should accept all these or no, we shouldn't. So what we decided to do is to say, well, let's do 2 scenarios. In the permissive scenario, we won't consider any of these. In the restrictive scenario, we will. So we set up kind of some boundaries on maybe how much of the soil would be available for irrigation. And the practical outcome of this is, if we look again, this is that map that I showed you before. This is actually the map for what we call the permissive scenario. And if we do an animation here, these are the parcels that change between the 2 scenarios. And they're mostly those ones that are conditionally irrigable due to drainage, poor drainage, high water table, and salinity issues. And in the restrictive scenario, those overwhelmingly convert into being considered non-irrigable soils. So basically, in the permissive soil, we keep all of those, in the permissive scenario, we keep all of those in, and we say, yes, these are conditionally irrigable. But in the restrictive scenario, because they have a local phase that suggests they really might not be suitable for irrigation, they're considered non-irrigable. So again, we're kind of setting up some boundaries of the potential amount of irrigable soil that's available. So to summarize, after the end of this phase, these are the different categories that we're working with. And really what's relevant for moving on to the next 2 stages are how many acres of irrigable and conditionally irrigable soils we have. So in the restrictive scenario, it works out to about 30.5 million acres. And then it's about 33 million acres in that permissive scenario. So this is kind of that baseline to say, these are soils that we feel pretty comfortable could either be irrigable or could potentially be irrigable with good management. And then that sets the foundation for the other 2 stages of the study, which I'll turn it back over to Zhulu to describe.
Thank you, Rob. Yeah, so the first stage, the soil irrigability map, will serve as a baseline for the next 2 stages. So the second stage is to remove unavailable and unsuitable land. So this map has all the unavailable lands for irrigation that we consider. So 12 of them. It's the first 7, the top 7, they are federal lands. And then the next 3 layers, they are state lands. And then next 2 is wetlands and urban areas. So those lands we consider not available for irrigation development. And then we take out unsuitable land. So them unavailable is kind of like easier to understand, right? Unsuitable land is kind of the term that we come up with. We define unsuitable lands, the PLSS, the Public Land Survey System, the quarter sections. So every 40 acres that have a substantial interactions with railroads, roads, streams, rivers, overhead, power transmission lines, or the building structures. So those are the features that we consider if we have substantial interaction with the quarter section. Right? So just give you a quick illustration. This is not a real case, just an illustration. Okay. So here is the quarter section, right? 1 square mile, and that is the quarter section, and this is the quarter section, so it's 40 acres. So you can see there's a stream run through this, there's no pointer. So this stream runs through this section line land, and those have significant, okay, substantial interaction, the overlap, not overlap, but to kind of like run through the quarter sections, the 40 acres lands, and so we take those out. And this, the two that in your kind of lower right, that's because of structures in those areas. So we take that out as well. And then there's another two. We have some kind of like a cross of streams, and maybe another one has a small structure, and that's kind of questionable, right? So that's those, and we set up some mechanisms to take those lands, keep them in or take them out, and depends what's the percentage. And then the rest of those the quarter questions will keep, assuming all of these the soils are irrigable or conditionally irrigable. So that's the idea for the taking those unsuitable lands for irrigation. Now that is the result from stage 1, and Rob just described, and under the permissive scenarios. And so we have like about 33 million acres. And then after take out the unavailable lands, and that's the result we have, a little bit of reduction. And if we take the unsuitable lands, and that's about 50% reduction from the stage 1. So we have like 3 million acres of irrigable lands, and the 14 million acres conditional soils. So total about 17.1 million acres in the states that has irrigable soils or conditionally irrigable soils. And that's kind of county level summaries. And you got Cass County has largest, and Billings County has the least amount of irrigable lands, right? So that's the second stage. And in the third stage, that's the kind of really the things we try to work on is, now there's many factors we should consider, okay, in this stage. But due to short of time, all right, so we only have 9 months to work on this project, and then also not all the data available we should consider. So in this stage so far, we only consider water availability in addition to the soil suitability. So basically in this stage, we just superimpose the water availability to the soil suitability that we have. And in terms of water sources, two, groundwater source, right? So we only consider the shallow aquifer across the states, and that data is being given provided by the Department of Water Resources. And then we have surface water across state, but right now, we only consider that Missouri River corridor or system that including the main stem and major tributaries and McCloskey Canal as our most reliable surface water source. So we only consider that too. Now, for groundwater, so to your left, that's the aquifer coverage, right? That's the data. And to the right, we add 2 miles buffer around this aquifer coverage. And that idea is from Tom. He said, okay, we actually can transport water maybe a couple miles out of our aquifer coverage. So I just take a number 2. I mean, that can be changed if I got really bad feedback from you guys. And so, okay, 3 miles maybe also working. So we can do that, right? So right now we take 2 miles buffer. And after we superimpose that, overlay that with the soil irrigability map, and we got 1.8 million acres that can use in groundwater as water source for irrigation. And so we under 2 major assumptions. One is we consider all the aquifer, they have a sustainable water supply, the yield. And also all the aquifer yield produce good water quality. 3 criteria. One is electric conductivity less than 1,500, and this sodium adsorption ratio less than 6, and the boron concentration less than 2 milligram per liter. We take this assumption from Department of Water Resources, and then that time called the State Water Commission Report 1995 study. Right? This one, yeah. And that's the first for groundwater. And then for Missouri River corridor, any land meet these two conditions, right? One is within 5 miles from the water edge of the water. Second is the elevation is not too great from the water surface. So along the water transporting path route, we only consider that we only need to involve water pumping. We only need to overcome 260 feet statics lift. Right? So that's the area that's in blue, and overlay that with the soil irrigability map. We got 1.1 million acres that in 17 counties along the Missouri River. So also 2 major assumptions, same as the groundwater. And out of this 1.1 million, about half or 0.6 million acres that's overlapping with the groundwater estimate. So you'll take it 1.8 using groundwater, 1.1 million, and then minus 0.6 million overlapping. So we'll end up with 2.3 million acres lands that can be developed for irrigation across the state. So that's kind of the whole study we did. And give you a summary. We feel very good about, thank you, Rob, about the first stage. We feel okay with the second stage, and we still need some fine-tuning and that result. And for the third stage, we need, it's still ongoing, and we still need to do more, and we need your feedback. It's not, I use this sad face, not really sad. I mean, just less satisfactory than the previous 2 stages. We still feel pretty confident. The number 2.3 million acres is kind of, I think, is in the ballpark, okay? Although the number may change, but it won't change a lot. I think that's all we have, and that we really appreciate the sponsors and also the technical assistance we receive from those individuals. Thank you very much.
Round of applause, please. Thank you for your presentation and hard work. So, building for tomorrow infrastructure in 2025 legislative session, we have a panel that'll be coming up. And actually, so at this time, we would not be able to hold our conference without the likes of our generous sponsors. So at this time particularly, I would like to call out one of our water champions, and that would be More Engineering. So we're going to watch a short video on their activities, and while that is playing, I'll ask Kurt Lysne from More Engineering to come up and moderate our next panel.
Mary, for the introduction. I'm very happy to be able to moderate this panel today, and if you know who these folks are, you know they have a very rural focus. They've got a lot of priorities, but we're going to be talking infrastructure and what agriculture means to the state. So with the panel, I'd like to introduce Representative Cindy Schreiber-Beck, Senator Mark Weber, Steve Hansen, and Sean Fredricks. And as soon as they're up there, we will turn it over to them for a brief introduction. Sean has a microphone, so we can start with introductions on that end.
Hey folks, I'm Sean Fredricks, attorney at Ohnstad, Twichell in West Fargo. Been doing water exclusively for about 21 years. Before that, I was down in the cities. I did construction litigation down there for a few years before I came back to North Dakota. Dan Twichell was my sort of water mentor. A lot of you know Dan. He's in the North Dakota Water Hall of Fame, and started doing water work in the 1950s. So I learned a lot from Dan over the years, and of course we miss him now. But anyway, so Sean Fredricks, I'm struggling with a head cold and a throat issue, so bear with me. Apologies for that.
Well, good morning, everybody. I'm Senator Mark Weber from rural Cass County. We have a family farming operation out there southwest of Castleton. This will begin my third session in the State Senate. I serve on the Ag Committee and the Senate Finance and Tax Committee, and last week I was appointed as chairman of the Senate Finance and Tax Committee. And given the fact that there are 50 to 60 bills coming up that are going to be addressing property tax, some of my friends congratulated me, but most of my friends gave me their condolences to chair that committee. So there you have it. But I'm glad to be here and look forward to having our discussion with you all.
Good morning. Thank you for allowing me to be here. I'm served District 25, Cindy Schrieber-Beck, representative in the House. So Mark and I are friends, but foes as well. But I'm from rural Wahpeton, fortunate enough to own some land, know a little bit about water. I'm a novice, but I've been in the selling drain tile for the last 5 years for Ellingson, so that gave me a kind of a leg up to learn a lot. And I've appreciated being able to do so.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Steve Hansen. I'm a farmer, irrigated farmer down in the Oaks, North Dakota area. I serve on the Irrigation Association for North Dakota, and also am on the Dickey and Sargent County Water Resource Boards. And with Sargent County, we have a joint board and serve on that. Other than that, I'm a dirt farmer.
All right, well, thank you, everybody. Again, very pleased to be here. And as we heard earlier, the state's in a really good position. We've got funding sources, we've got dreams, we've got ideas, we've got options, and it's really fun to look forward and look ahead. So I guess the first question for Representative Schrieber-Beck, can you share a bit about production agriculture and what it means to the state?
I will, and I'll weave water into it in the end, okay? So, in North Dakota, and I had to put some notes together, so I apologize if I'm reading a little bit, but it's eggs, vital, diverse, and resilient, and it's a large segment of the state's economy. We always argue whether oil or ag is better, and I'm an ag girl, so I'm saying ag. And the market value of agricultural products sold total more than $12 billion in North Dakota, so that's huge. Farms and ranches encompass over 90% of the land in North Dakota, so obviously we're an ag state. And I talk about value-added ag. What does the state do for value-added ag? And to me, value-added ag is taking the commodity off the field or livestock and enhancing it and selling it as more of a finished product. So that's my interpretation, and there are other interpretations, but that, I believe, is how the state looks at it as well. And the state does a lot to provide processing and production incentives for that. We have sales income and property tax exemptions, various tax credits, and as well as grants and low-interest loans. So they do a lot for value-added ag. So we have our ethanol plants, soy crushing plants, et cetera. North Dakota does also support advanced agriculture technology and attracts numerous companies through various incentives. And additionally, private companies and our North Dakota universities and colleges continue to do research and enhance precision agriculture. So that, to me, is another subset of production ag. And precision is using high-tech pieces, whether it's in equipment or on the land, to enhance agriculture and increase production. So the state does support, those arenas, but what I always see in my last 5 years of working with Ellingson is that we fall short in the arena of rural infrastructure, and I'm talking about water conveyance and management. And I don't know if this is a known fact, but from NDSU, there's over 5 million acres that are compromised due to water, whether it's salinity, that the soil is just full of water, it can't produce, and, or flooding. So that also, all that excess water also damages roads. And the townships and counties lack a lot of the dollars in order to maintain and fix those roads, as well as do enhancements for water conveyance and management. So in Richland County alone, and I talked to our water boards and actually our county engineer, and there's a tremendous amount of work that needs to be done to support agriculture in that arena. And is it a lack, though, of the fact that our counties and townships and maybe water boards aren't coming forward with the projects that need to be done? Because in talking with Andrea Travnik at Water Resources, it's like, well, we don't have a lot of projects on the books for that, but is it because we need to do a survey to figure out what the needs are out there in order to either combat excess water, or how do we add water, or where do we get our water? So, and I think that's going to be, looked at a little bit. So we don't control Mother Nature, but what can we do to enhance agriculture production in the state based on water issues?
Thanks. So follow up for Steve then. So as a producer and a water manager, from your perspective in those roles, what role does water management play in production agriculture?
Well, it's very vital. I think you can go around the state and look, and the issues with water we have with the road raises that always have to happen. I'll give you our instance down in our area where there's a lot of farmers that got together, and we were tired of the roads being underwater, our irrigated fields sitting there just covered with water and cattails. And luckily we had some real good farmers down there that we all got together and decided to find the process to build a ditch. And that conveyance ditch now, we didn't put a Band-Aid on it. We fixed the problem. We went and built that conveyance ditch, and now that land is productive. You don't have taxpayer dollars going for road raises. It's a permanent fix. The conservation part of it, we don't have water and soil running off our ground, leaving. And it's just a great thing. It benefits taxpayers, it benefits the farmers, and it benefits the state of North Dakota. And without these conveyance ditches, it doesn't work. And I think there's some cost shares involved here from the state, which we are very appreciative of. I think right now it's like 45% when there's a lot of other things that are 75%, whether it's irrigation, snagging and clearing. I guess as a producer, I would like to see that moved up. It's critical. And everything is expensive, right? We all know that. And those kind of things would be just very beneficial for production ag.
Thanks, Steve. Senator Weber, and then I'll follow up with Representative Schrieber-Beck. What are your priorities going into this session, specifically related to infrastructure needed for production agriculture?
Yeah, thank you. Since I began in the legislature, there's been 3 issues that have been near and dear to my heart, coming from where I live in our family farm and things. Property taxes obviously has been an issue. Trying to shore up our rural infrastructure, particularly the gravel roads, the township roads, and bridges. And then third thing, to improve on our managed system of farm drainage. We do a lot of farm drainage, particularly in the valley. If we didn't have good farm drainage, we wouldn't be farming, quite frankly. And so that too has been one of my passions, to make improvements in that area. I think we've come a long ways. We have more work to do, and I'll get into that in a minute. Let me just touch, let's start off with the rural infrastructure. Prior to 2 years ago, when you paid your motor vehicle sales excise tax, when you bought a car and you paid your sales tax to the on that vehicle, those monies went into the state's general fund. And that was put in place some years back when the legislature ran into some difficulties financially and chose then to use that money for the general fund. Well, 2 years ago, some of us felt that, you know, if you're driving a vehicle, those monies ought to really go for transportation. So we were able to get something through there where we got close to half of those monies redirected from the general fund back into the DOT. And so, and part of that then, the DOT would use those funds for rural, and in particular, we set aside half of that to be split between townships and counties. So we did that 2 years ago, and now Senator Wanzik, Representative Brandenburg, Representative Beck, and others, we're joining forces. We're drafting a bill now to go after the remainder of those monies from the motor vehicle sales excise tax. So to put that out there, you know, for rural infrastructure. We all know the roads are getting squished down. They're getting wider from the heavy loads that we're driving when we're hauling 800-900 bushels of wheat or 20-30 tons of beets. Those roads are widening out. And according to the Upper Great Plains Transportation Institute located on the NDSU campus, which we and the legislature funded them to provide analysis and information, the total needs to shore up the rural infrastructure would be well over $1 billion. And certainly we are woefully short right now in that. When you take the gas tax that we all pay at the pump, only 2.7% of those monies go out to the townships. And we all know as agriculture is a big deal with bigger equipment and things, you know, it's my belief that we end up on the short stick. So anyway, there's an effort underway to try to shore that up, and that's one of the bills that we're in the process of drafting as we speak. So that would be my first thought there. When we talk about property taxes, obviously, the legislature knows that we better deliver the goods. Everybody knows that that's been the big issue. Those of us work to defeat Measure 4. I work to help defeat Measure 4 because I believe we need the property tax. You know, the question is, what's the right balance between property income and sales tax? But I believe the legislature is committed, the new governor is committed, and I am confident that we're going to find some reform there. The reform has to be meaningful. It has to be sustainable so we can do it in the long term. Might take a few sessions to get there, but we know if we don't make a big impact this time, it's going to come right back on the ballot 2 years from now. So I think the legislative leadership and everybody involved understand that, and so we have a lot of work to do, but I am confident at the end of the day that we can deliver something. No one size is going to fit all. There's going to be some winners. Maybe there'll be some bigger winners. You know, you've got 4 different classifications of property. You have residential, you have farmland, you have commercial, and then you have centrally assessed property. So, you know, there's a lot of debate there. Do you use a scattered approach where you give a little bit to everybody? You focus in on a certain sector? Do you pick winners? Do you pick losers? Right now, I would have to say, though, that the mindset is residential is the one that I believe is on the priority of most people. But of course, from the rural folks, we all know too, the farmers, we as farmers pay a significant amount for public K through 12. We will have to work all of that out. I think a key component in any property tax relief, I think we've come to the conclusion now in the legislature that maybe putting caps on property tax increases with local subdivisions or taking a look at caps on the budgets. Maybe the time has come where that has to be part of a solution. It's an unfortunate truth that through the years, the legislature has delivered nearly $2 billion in property tax relief, and yet our property taxes continue to rise. The legislature has done some good things, taking over social services and then taking down the mills a bit, if you will, for public K through 12. But despite that, the property taxes continue to rise. So we're asking our political sub-friends to work with us, that we can come up with a workable solution, like I said, that can be meaningful, sustainable, and long-term. And I believe that the discussion on caps are going to be a part of that discussion. That was my second thing. And my third bullet point, yes, to talk a little bit more about water management. The State Water Commission does outstanding work. They've got a big task to fund all of these projects that have been talked about. I think Senator Sorvaag did a good job this morning of explaining on how some of these great big ticket items, you know, like the diversion, like Red River water supply, like the situation in Minot, perhaps those need to be in a separate pot, if you will, because to fund all those, it takes away potential dollars that we might use for some of these other projects. So I support him on that. He's right on that. Fortunately, we're in a situation where I think that we can make some improvements. One of the things Steve Hansen mentioned was in cost share. Traditionally, some of these other sectors that we've talked about, rural water systems, flood control, lagoon systems, water towers, you know, have been able to achieve, and now irrigation has been able to achieve a cost share of up to 75%. Traditionally, in water conveyance and snagging and clearing, it's been at 45 to 50%. We want to make an effort to beef that up. Maybe we can match the other sectors. I think there's some support there to do that, and that's going to be a priority for me to try to beef that up so we can be on par with the other sectors that are in this. Secondly, the other thing I want to point out in this is in economic analysis. It's an important part that we do economic analysis for all of these projects, but I think we need to tinker with that a little bit, if you will. There's some improvements that could be made, I think, in terms of when do we use it. Some of the technical aspects of it, I think, can be worked on a little bit. That, too, will be a priority for me, to see if we can build and improve on that. But we work well together with members of the State Water Commission. We have a lot of you out here that represent rural water districts, and you have good people there working for you, and it's been a delight to try to work to find those solutions. So I'm looking forward to the session. We have a lot of work to do. I'll quit there, and I'll turn it back to whomever.
I guess it's my turn again, Mark. You were good. Thanks. Couple other items to mention probably on the legislative front for specifically looking at the ag sector for water management and conveyance. You know, how do we assist water resources to reduce the time it takes for permitting? We have some permitting issues, and I get that for irrigation from my constituents as well. So that to me is a big. How do we help water resources or ourselves or our locals work with the Department of Transportation with stream crossings? There have been a lot of issues with that. I have it in my own district, Richland County, and it's been brought up a few times to me, and have spoken with water resources, and they see similar differences that the Department of Transportation doesn't necessarily adhere to what's necessary to install, but what they want to install. So we have some issues in that regard. So we're going to look at that. I have brought up a few times to Senator Sorvaag, who was speaking this morning about, and you just brought up $1 billion. So I go back to 2015. Our governor-elect had a bill in the Senate that brought $1 billion to Western North Dakota, which was needed. They needed roads, they needed work because of the oil. And so I keep bringing up that figure, and Senator Sorvaag has quit listening. But we still keep bringing it up. There is so much need out there for the infrastructure, And if we're going to fix roads, first of all, we got to fix the causal problem, and that to me is a lot of water conveyance. If I go across the river into Minnesota, and I have the fortune, I grew up in Minnesota, by the way, but we don't want to compete with Minnesota, but their water conveyance systems are phenomenal. In our flatland area in the valley, the ditches and the maintenance on the ditches, they're phenomenal. I know that their landowners are paying more. I get that. But if you go down into the various elevation areas down in more towards southern Minnesota, just did a project in Swift County, Minnesota, and that one tied into the county drain, which, you know, those do not exist except you have, well, it's not really a county drain, it's a private drain. Yeah, it's a private drain. But, you know, we see that happening, and it's been highly effective for the state of Minnesota and their producers there for agriculture. And it's essential, you know, for some of their crops that they're producing, especially in the cannery areas and such, they wouldn't be contracted with canneries if they couldn't control the water. Probably another aspect is that for all those over 5 million acres that are, and I think Mark brought this up a little bit, that are compromised due to water situations or salinity, those people are paying, those landowners are paying tax, the property taxes on those acreage. And I believe there will be a bill brought forward to look at that, how that property tax, you know, whether the state takes care of it, but the counties need it. There's no doubt about it. But how do we, similar to the Devil's Lake situation, how do we look at that and then try to, you know, maybe it brings attention to the fact that we can't farm those acres. Let's see what else. Just money. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, I just want to bring in just one more thing on water conveyance. You know, so many times I hear of this economic analysis that's done at the state, and I'll be the first to admit I don't understand it all. Okay, but I've been versed in it a little bit. But when you're doing a drain, a legal assessed drain, and there's an economic analysis done at the state, which I mean, we need the state's help. But when you have that vote on the local level, to me, they take into account, and I know the state does too, but the safety issues of these roads, when they don't get taken care of and there's water right up on the side of the roads, I don't think there's any one of us in here would like to see a school bus come by there. And I know that's maybe an extreme, but when it does happen, we have a way to fix that. Okay, I don't know how you put a price tag or an economic analysis on something like that. Okay, that's real life situations that could happen, and we have a way to fix it. Okay, and the economic analysis, I think, is done right at the vote. If it votes and the vote goes through, there's your economic analysis, because the people that are voting are taking into account all of those things, what it does for your ground. You know, yeah, they want to tile into this. They want to create safe roads for their kids, for their grandparents, for their parents, whatever. I think that's a very important point that often gets overlooked. My second point is on irrigation. Okay, we have roughly 300,000 acres in the state of North Dakota of irrigated, way behind the ball. You know, I think what Zhulu and Rob did and just showed up here, you know, we got a lot of room for potential, folks. Yeah, the DWR has made great progress in getting more permits out, but it needs to go faster. We need to get it more streamlined, and I know things need to be studied. We don't want to mine our aquifers, but we have to get this going faster. And that would be from the people that I talk to around the state that call me on irrigation. Why don't I get my permits? I'm waiting 30 years. I'm waiting 20 years. What's going on? And every aquifer is unique, okay? And they're different, right? But if I had a message to send to the legislators, it would be, we gotta fix it. We gotta help the DWR to streamline this, to get it going quicker. I mean, you look at the economics of it, and I can give you them on my farm, on water management of you know, controlling the water on, controlling the water off, it's unbelievable. And what that could do for our state to get that done, I mean, I think we need to have a study on it.
We do.
Thanks, Steve.
You know, the one thing I wanted to add from a legislative perspective, so that the people out that are listening know who else, you know, might be in their district that's working on these projects or working on this legislation. I just wanted to mention them because there's, additionally, besides Senator Weber, there's Senator Wanzik, Senator Erbely, Klein, Luick, and Murdahl. And on the representative side, there's Hedlund, Brandenburg, Haggart, Belts, Thomas, Wise, and Nelson. So there is you know, an effort, and other legislators are extremely interested in promoting what we're talking about right now. And there also is been developed a rural caucus, and I think that's going to really help move some of this forward. I have to reiterate or mention what was said by Representative Nathe and Senator Sorvaag this morning. It is critical that we have input from outside because of the lack of knowledge that's going to be available. And I look at it even so much as, and we're talking ag up here, there is going to be fewer and fewer of those legislators that know anything about ag. And it's a turnover as we've been in. I've been in since 2015, and there's been a turnover since that time. So, you know, we need the input and we need the expertise from outside.
Thanks, Cindy. So we heard about legislative priorities and the bills going forward. Sean, if you could touch a little bit about the current legal environment and what some of this legislation means.
Yeah, sure. Pardon me. Hang on one sec, folks. Sorry. Yeah, so on the legal front, there are a couple of prongs, right? Two primary prongs. One is the legislative prong, primary prongs. One is the legislative prong, one is what's happening in the courts. Just to touch, I know we've talked a lot about legislative efforts. On the legislative side, I would say that a lot of you remember Senator Tom Fisher. I'm sure a lot of you remember Tom. Tom served in the legislature for a number of years. He was also a chairman of the Southeast Cass Water Resource District, the Cass County Joint Water Resource District. So when I first started at Ohnstad Twichell, I started out working with Tom, and he kind of showed me the ropes in terms of what these water resource districts represent and what they mean. Tom was not a farmer, but we always joked because he would take his wife on dates up to Walsh County to see what legal drain Larry and his water board had constructed. That's what his dates were with his wife, and so he wasn't a farmer, but he always tried to impress upon me the significance of legal assessment drains, what they mean to the ag community, especially in the eastern part of the state that he represented. And Tom always made a point to stress to me that, look, what you have to understand when we're talking about bills, because I would help him when he's crafting a bill or whatever, what you have to understand when we're talking about these bills is these legal drains, that's infrastructure, and that goes to what Mark and Cindy are talking about. That's infrastructure, okay? To these farmers, that's just as important as I-94. And that message really resonated with me, and I think about that a lot, about what I learned from Tom. Tom's passed away now, as a lot of you know, and he was an incredibly influential water legislator, and a lot of you remember him. Since then, of course, we're lucky now. Representative Schrieber-Beck named the Rural Caucus. A lot of those legislators have really stepped up to be water leaders, and it's important that we have those voices in water in the legislature. Senator Sorvaag on the appropriations side, he's just been absolutely crucial for water infrastructure. But one thing we have to look at legislatively is Tom's frustration was always, I don't understand why we see these bills that try to make assessment drains more difficult to construct. And he was always working to make it easier to build legal assessment drains because, again, his point was these are the lifelines for these farmers here. And so we need to make it easier to construct assessment drains, not more difficult. And so those lessons really ring true to me, and I think about that anytime there's a legislative session and you're looking at bills, efforts to hopefully improve the legal assessment drain process. And then on the flip side, there are sometimes efforts to make it more difficult. And I always shake my head and think about what Tom would think. Why are any legislators trying to make it more difficult for farmers to make it, right? You need a legal assessment drain for your tile as an outlet, for your surface as an outlet. and for flood relief. And so anyway, I'll leave that to Representative Schrieber-Beck and Senator Weber and others. But that's one important prong, right? Making sure that these bills that we see are making legal assessment drains easier to build, not more difficult. On the court side, the judicial side, on the national level, we saw the Sackett decision. A lot of folks were pleased with that, right? We got a lot more direction in terms of the Clean Water Act and where you're going to need a 404 permit and where you're not. So I won't touch on that. I'm sure a lot of you have heard a lot about that over the last year, and that Sackett decision obviously is critical in terms of all types of water development. On the state level, there were two cases that I just want to note for you that are going to be significant in terms of conveyance, constructing conveyance. One, there was a Sargent County Drain 11. I'm sure a lot of you have heard about it over the years. It started out as just a normal drain reconstruction project and turned into an incredibly contentious project and ended up going to court, went to the Supreme Court twice, et cetera, et cetera. What I can tell you is the Sargent County Water Board members, most of them are here today, they're pleased to report their project is complete. So that's the good news. But it was the source of a few different lawsuits. One of the cases that came out almost a year ago today, just about, was a Supreme Court decision. It was an eminent domain case, so it wasn't regarding the legality of the case or of the project. It was in the context of an eminent domain piece, and I won't get into the technicalities here. But ultimately, what do we need to know as water managers, as water resource districts? Moving forward, again, it was an eminent domain decision, and so it didn't impact the legality of that particular project. But what we take from it is the Supreme Court is limiting now basically how we construct and reconstruct existing legal assessment drains. So if you have an existing legal assessment drain, the way Dan Twichell taught me, the way water boards had done it for literally decades was you'd count your funds on hand in your drain fund. You get whatever you can get from the State Water Commission, God bless them, right? Their cost share program. And then you'd borrow against your drain fund, your drain fund 6 years ahead. So you had sort of three pots, right? The funds on hand, what you could get from the state, and what you could borrow ahead 6 years. Well, the Supreme Court ultimately said those funds that you have on hand, you have to count that against your borrowing capacity. So that is going to, as a result of that, and we're going to have to go to more votes, basically, essentially is what that means. For our existing legal assessment drains, if you're going to reconstruct or improve them, they're going to have to go to more assessment votes. And you step back and you say, hey, that seems okay, right? Landowner involvement, and that is okay. I think water boards, a lot of them, we had a lot of projects that were moving forward. When that case came out, a lot of boards had to put on the brakes and say, okay, let's reevaluate. We're going to have to take this to a vote. And that's okay, right? The problem is some of the smaller projects that you normally would not have to go through a vote, which takes about 9 months. I always tell boards, look, expect this to take 9 months, and you're going to incur additional costs going through that vote. So there's a longer process, and it's going to be more expensive. So the smaller projects are going to be a little more difficult to construct now. Projects that you would normally just meet with some landowners, and they would tell you, look, the side slopes are failing. We've got some undersized culverts. We need you to reconstruct this segment. Maybe it's 2 miles of this drain. We need it done, and we need it done yesterday, right? And now we're going to have to tell them. And we used to say, "Yep, all right, let's get it going. We should be able to get this done yet this year." Now we're going to have to tell them, "Look, it's going to have to go to a vote. We're going to lose at least one construction year as a result of that." So it's not the end of the world by any stretch. You're still going to get those projects done, but you're going to have to take more of them to votes. So just recognize that. So again, not the end of the world, but that's an obstacle, right? That we can overcome, but it's just something you're going to have to consider. The other case, I just want to note, there was a Supreme Court decision in September on a city case, City of Grand Forks case. And why does that affect us? Well, what happened is the city was constructing, I think it was a street improvement project, and went to their special assessment commission. Obviously, cities have different procedures, right? They create a project by resolution and they proceed, and then somebody can challenge it if they wish. Our process, which is a side note, is incredibly democratic. Ours is an upfront vote, right? So we got to go through a vote on the front end, and as Steve noted, That's sort of your EA there, right? If people vote to tax themselves, you know they want the project. It's I think it's an incredibly transparent process, and not a lot of public entities have to go through that. But that's just a side note. The city of Grand Forks was proceeding with a project, a street improvement project. They gave it to their Special Assessment Commission. They were going to assess based on front footage, which cities have been doing for decades. And actually the Supreme Court had upheld on a number of occasions. And what happened is, in that particular instance, a landowner challenged the project and challenged their assessment and said, look, what the city did here is they took the front footage and they did a cost apportionment on my land. The statute required them to determine exactly in dollars how much the project was going to benefit my property. But they didn't do that. And that's what the challenge was. And the Supreme Court agreed with them and said, well, actually, that's true. And even though in the past, we've upheld these Special Assessment Commission procedures whereby they take the front footage and then they basically do a cost apportionment, right? They weren't really determining the benefit of that project to that property. Instead, they were taking front footage, determining how much the project was going to cost, and they were apportioning those costs against the property. And the Supreme Court said, look, the statute says you're supposed to determine how much the project is going to benefit that parcel without any regard to what the project's going to cost. You've got to determine in dollars how much that project is going to benefit each particular parcel. And so that overturned decades worth of precedent. And so cities were left scrambling. They ended up ultimately had to figure out some formulas for how they're going to determine the benefits in dollars for each particular parcel. Okay, why is that significant for us? Well, number one, water resource districts. Number two, rural water systems. And then I'm sure a number of other water entities that are in the room today also have similar statutes. Even though you might not have the exact same process as cities have, most of our statutes say you will determine how much that each parcel is going to benefit in dollars, okay? And so we've basically, water resource districts, the way we've typically done it is they'll look at the benefit percentage and they might say, look, the parcel next to the drain is going to benefit 100%. Half a mile back, you might be 50% or whatever. You go through that percentage determination, and that's your benefit determination, and then we determine how much it's going to cost, and we do a cost apportionment, right? So it's almost the same scenario. And so what that City of Grand Forks case is going to be very significant for all of us that conduct legal assessment proceedings, and you're going to have to do this per parcel determination. At the Water Resource District Association, we're appointing a technical committee to develop a formula to do that, to help us do this. In Minnesota, they have the viewers and they have a different process. They don't have a vote over there, as a side note. A lot of people point to Minnesota as the silver bullet. There are a lot of good things to say about how they do things in Minnesota. It's not the silver bullet, right? They have some things we can learn from and probably improve upon. But I think the viewer process, I think we can learn a lot from it, and we can probably take it and include it in our technical reviews. But I would not necessarily say that creating watersheds instead of water resource districts is going to solve all of our problems. Anyway, that's a little editorial there, sorry. What we're doing is we have a technical committee that's creating a formula that we hope that can be approved here in the next couple of months, and that we hope that other water resource districts can adopt for legal drains, for retention projects, and for other flood protection types of projects. So we're taking steps to address this Supreme Court decision. So just recognize a couple things. Brevity is not my strong point, so I apologize. More projects are going to require votes. And number two, you're really going to have to do this per parcel financial determination of benefits. So a couple new developments in North Dakota in the last 12 months.
Thanks, Sean. Any follow-up from the panel before we turn it over for Q&A?
Yeah, I'd like to just, two more quick comments. Getting back to drain tiling, there are a lot of, maybe some benefits that some people may not recognize, but I can tell you one thing in the fall time. It is a tremendous benefit. If you have drain tile and you get 7 inches of rain in the late fall, Without drain tile, that water is going to sit there, and we have even a bigger problem in the springtime. So one of the advantages with some drain tiling, when you get that 7-inch rain in the late fall, middle fall, that has a chance to move away. So you're not dealing with that in the springtime. And so I think most understand that. Perhaps some don't, but I think that's one of the big benefits I see where, from our vantage point where we live in rural Cass County. Secondly, Sean brought up here a little bit, mentioned about the state of Minnesota. I think when I look at it, on average, I think Minnesota probably does a little better job than we do here in North Dakota. Yes, they've got problems, big problems as well, but you know, they have focused more on a watershed approach, if you will. Again, their system is not perfect. They got problems just like us. But I'm going to just say on average, I think they're a bit better than we are. And I'd like to take a look at that system. I've talked to some of my colleagues, both in the Senate and the House, and I think there is interest, perhaps, in a study in the off-season to take a look at that model and see what we can learn from it. We'll find out their problems. Perhaps we can develop a model that we come back to the legislature and ask the legislature to consider it. Maybe we can, you know, do away with some of these county lines. We all know water flows wherever it's going to flow according to a basin. It's not going to flow, it's not going to stop because of a county line. And I think the time has come for us to explore that. And I have drafted a bill to that effect, a study bill, if you will, because it'd be a big job to get there. That's not going to happen overnight. But I think we owe it to ourselves to explore that. And we'll find out what works and what doesn't. And maybe that may be the way of the future. I don't know. But I just want to throw that out there. I think there's some discussion there. There's some support amongst us legislators that we ought to take a look. Where that goes, who knows? We might take a look at it. We might think, like Sean says, it's not a silver bullet. There's so many things there to shoot holes at. But I think we owe it to ourselves to take a look at it. And I am fully supportive of that. And like I said, I've drafted a bill to that effect, and then we'll see where that goes. So I'll leave it at that.
Thank you, Senator Weber. I think we have time for 1 to 2 questions. So Dani has a microphone on the side. If anyone has a question, they could raise their hand. We're good. Steve's got a comment.
Just one last thing that I wanted to bring up here. So in talking to a lot of people around North Dakota, we have 7 million acres of U.S. Fish and Wildlife easements in North Dakota. Okay, I would love to see an overlay of that on top of the saline soils. I haven't seen it. I don't know if it's possible, but I would, I guess suggest to our legislators, maybe we can do something with fish and wildlife easements of, to our delegation in DC, maybe talking to them and trying to get a mitigation plan or a buyback plan. I don't know what that would look like, but there's a lot of people talking about it. And I think that would be a good thing for our legislators to maybe contact our DC delegation along with all of our other groups in North Dakota and see if we can't get something done there.
All right, thank you. With that, we're up against time. I'll turn it back over to Mary, but if you could help me thank our panelists, this was wonderful. Thank you. And Mary's walking the other way.
Thanks, Kurt. Thank you to our panel. Good job. All right, before we break, a couple of announcements. We will be taking a coffee break here. We'll be back at about 10:20. I wanted to take the opportunity for a quick thank you to our sponsors. Our water champions this year include A2S, Houston Engineering, Moore Engineering. Our water partners include Apex Engineering, Bar Engineering, Bartlett & West, Bismarck Mandan Convention and Visitors Bureau, Devils Lake Basin Joint Water Resource Board, Ohnstad Twichell, Vogel Law Firm. Our water supporters include Ag Country, Farm Credit Services, and Farm Credit Services of Mandan, Dakota Supply Group, Dwyer Law Office, HDR, Minnesota Valley Irrigation of Bismarck, Montana Dakota Utilities Company, North Dakota Rural Water Systems, and the North Dakota Soybeans Association. Go out and enjoy yourselves, have some coffee, visit with our vendors. We'll see you back here soon. Thank you.
Agitation tropicale, créature astrale, courtisane entrant soupirant de l'élégance idéale. Agitation tropicale, symphonie spatiale, équipage à force épousant l'exubérance impériale. You are us back together. Bring us back together. Feel so good. Feel so good. Music sounds better with you. Ooh. Ooh, baby, I feel like music sounds better with you. And love might bring us back together. Feels so good. I feel like music sounds better with you. And love might bring us back together. I'm not being cranky. I just hate this party. Think I might as well spend a night in hell reading Torture magazine than pretending I'm one of you. They move wild and carefree, as hip can be. I think I should split, but wait a minute, I feel something in my knees. Is it music or new voodoo? Can I resist this? I might have my head, but shaking my hips. Can I resist this? It's the kind of beat I just can't dismiss. It's too early for me. I can't set myself free. Can we sit aside? I'm not qualified. I'm the worst you've ever seen. I'm as groovy as a bamboo. Now crawling in Elsie. I feel all eyes on me. They have so much grace and I'm out of place. Why am I feeling like a queen? Is it music or new voodoo? Can I resist this? I might have my head, but shaking my hips. Can I resist this? It's the kind of beat I just can't dismiss.
If you could come in and have a chair, that'd be great. I guess we'll go ahead and get started. We're going to give you a brief update on North Dakota water users, so I'd ask Dani to come up here and join me. Okay, so I don't know if I should have her stand behind me or what, but here she is, so I'll try not to stand behind her when it's her turn. So Water Matters, we're giving you an update this morning on North Dakota water users. Little bit about the history of North Dakota water users. We were created in 1959. We're 65 years and growing. We are a nonprofit and nonpartisan organizations with 281 members currently, and that ranges from rural water and regional water systems, businesses, flood control projects, water resource districts, our communities, and individuals. And I would urge everyone in here, you're probably here with an organization, but if you're not an individual member, I'd urge you to do so. For $50 a year, you can become a member of North Dakota Water Users yourself. And then you can also vote on resolutions and other issues that come up before us. So please consider doing so. We appreciate every one of our members. Our board of directors is from our districts in our state. Our state is divided into 9 districts. We start in the northwest corner in North Dakota with District 1, run across the tier to the Red River Valley, come down along the lower tier to southwest North Dakota for District 9. So there's 3 directors from each of the 9 districts and 3 ex officio members. So we have a total of 30 board members. And I need to look this way so I know what officers. Okay, I'm Mary Massad, I'm your president, so I'm glad you're here with us today. Our first vice president is Jeff Frith. Jeff is from Devil's Lake. Our second vice president is Dennis Reap, and he's from here in Bismarck. And then our treasurer is Dave Lang, and he's from Sterling. He's also our past president. And I'd like to reiterate, and who's our staff here? We've got Dani Quissell up here with us, or with me this morning. Dani's our executive vice president, and I have to give a shout out to Dani this morning. We were in Albuquerque, New Mexico last month for a National Water Resource Association convention or conference, and Dani was awarded the President's Award by Craig Simpson, their president. So congratulations, Dani. So the rest of our staff, we have Jack Dwyer, our attorney, our legal beagle, and I guess that's him standing next to Dani in the photo. And so wherever you are, Jack, here you go. One of our favorite legal beagles. We have several. Julie Ellingson is our events coordinator. I'm sure you all know Julie. Miranda Hoffert keeps a lower profile. She's our CFO. And Robin Persley is our graphic designer. And then on our far right, we have Annika Plummer, who is our executive director for the North Dakota Water Coalition. So some of our highlights for this year would include our strategic plan, our Keep It Local initiative, or assistance with that. So Keep It Local was a grassroots effort by individuals, entities, cities, a lot of entities to defeat Measure 4, which was to do away with property tax as we know it. We were successful in that effort. As you heard this morning, there were others who were trying to defeat that bill, and we were successful. Then we also have our Educate, Advocate, and Engage, which is an effort that is being spearheaded by the Missouri River Joint Water Board, and that's to educate, advocate, and engage the citizens of our state on the importance of the Missouri River in the state of North Dakota. We provide support for that as well. So our strategic plan, pointing it the wrong way, I know, so I'll learn. Anyway, our strategic plan is something that we developed this year, or updated, I should say, not that we didn't have one in the past, but it was time for a new effort. So we interviewed 3 firms. We hired one of them. We began by sending out surveys to our membership in January. Got feedback. We had a pretty good return rate as far as membership. And it was really spoke volumes about the organization. There weren't a lot of bad comments. In fact, there weren't really any bad comments. Everyone was thinking that North Dakota Water Users does a great job as far as education, advocacy, policy, everything we do for you, our members. So we developed the planning process was we had a diverse group of individuals that came together twice. We also had a focus group who was interviewed. We came up with a strategic plan, reviewed it several times, and took it to a vote of our board of directors, your board of directors, so ours, in July, and it was approved at that time. So, and with that, I think I will turn it over to Dani. There you go, ma'am.
Well, thanks, Mary, and I appreciate having some time here to talk a little bit about what the water users have been doing, because it's really an exciting time for us as an organization. I think there's a lot of momentum. As we heard this morning from legislators, there's a huge need for what we do, and we really are looking for engagement from all of you as members. And so that was one of the impetuses of developing the strategic plan. So as Mary mentioned, we went through this whole process. Through that process, we affirmed our mission and we developed a vision statement. So you can see that up here, but really our mission is, as a membership organization, we're dedicated to protecting, developing, and managing North Dakota's water resources. So that's really what we spend our time thinking about and doing, and our vision is to be a trusted leader in that effort. So within the strategic plan, you break it down, you've got goal categories, and we really focused in on 3 goals that we're looking to achieve in the next 3 years. The first one is really the core of a lot of what the staff does day to day, and that is advocacy on your behalf, both in Bismarck and at the national level. And we'll talk a little bit more about efforts at the national level and at the end of my presentation and the next presentation, and looking for ways for membership engagement. I think there was really a lot of wisdom coming from Senator Sorvaag and Representative Nathe when it comes to term limits and the importance that this organization is going to play in educating new legislators. And staff can't do that alone. We need engagement from members because legislators want to hear from their constituents. And so looking for ways for members to engage with us and be able to, in turn, go back and engage with their legislators. And then resiliency. As Mary mentioned, we have a long history here in North Dakota. We want to continue that history and looking for ways to make sure we are doing that. So I'm just going to speak briefly about one of the big efforts we undertook this summer was a partnership with lots of other organizations and individuals across the state in the Keep It Local Coalition. As we know, Measure 4 was a constitutional measure that would have prohibited the levying of property taxes based on assessed value. And so you might be sitting there wondering, why do water users care about property taxes? Obviously, a lot of us pay property taxes, so we probably do care on an individual level. But the nexus with the water community, there was a concern from a lot of our members that if Measure 4 passed, not only would it have prohibited that assessment of property tax, but it mandated that the state make up the shortfall that local political subdivisions were going to feel. And there was a lot of lack of clarity on where that funding was going to come from. And as we talked with leaders within the legislature, everyone was pretty open that if Measure 4 passed, any funding bucket was going to be on the table, and that included the Resources Trust Fund. And so that's when we started to get engaged, because we know if we lose access to the Resources Trust Fund, all of the good work that we've been doing gets a lot less secure. Where are we going to find the funding to finish large projects like we've talked about today, and all of the small individual projects that maybe we don't talk about every single day but are important for individuals all across the state? So that's why we got engaged. The board met in July and voted to become part of the coalition. As Mary mentioned, and as we all know, we were successful in that effort, and it was a really good opportunity not only to engage and educate people about the impact this could have had on water, but also to develop relationships with others all across the political spectrum who are working on that issue. And it's a conversation that I know is going to continue in the legislative session. We heard a little bit about that this morning, and so we need to continue to message with legislators about the importance of the Resources Trust Fund, the importance of what we do every day, and that's a big thing that we'll be doing starting in January. So This is maybe my favorite project that we've worked on for a couple of years now. I'm sure many of you know Ken Royce here in the room. Ken has really spearheaded an effort with the Missouri River Joint Board to try to provide more education for folks in North Dakota as well as regionally about the importance of the Missouri River. And obviously it's something that's very near and dear to all of our hearts. And so the Water Users provides a little bit of support for that, some event planning, some communication support, and it's really a great relationship that we've been able to develop about a really important issue. And then I want to talk for a minute about member benefits. So Mary had a great pitch. If you are not an individual member of the Water Users, sometimes your membership flows through another organization that you're a member of, which is great. If you're not an individual member, I would ask you to consider it. It's not a high cost, but you do get a great benefit. And then even if you come off a water board or you're no longer with a rural water association, you can still have that membership with Water Users through that individual membership. So the two big benefits that members get is communication and advocacy. And I think we spend a lot of time talking about the advocacy piece, but there's a lot of communication that we provide back to members. You all should be getting updates from our staff about every 2 weeks, and usually those are focused on what's happening here in Bismarck or in DC when it comes to legislative session. In the interim, it's about every 2 weeks. During legislative session, you will get an update from us every week on what's happening in Bismarck. And a lot of those communications also have ways that you can get involved. So a lot of times I'm asking for you guys to call your legislators and talk about this issue, or maybe attend this event where we can get some good information about a topic. So that's something to look for. And if you are not receiving those, please come talk to me or to Julie or to Annika so we can make sure that we have the right contact information for you. Advocacy is going to be huge. We will be up at the Capitol probably every day during legislative session working on water issues. And then I wanted to talk a little bit about the work that we do in DC. So Mary mentioned the National Water Resources Association. The Water Users is a member of the National Water Resources Association, which is a national organization made up of states in the West who work in DC every day advocating for sound water policy, for water funding for Western states. And they do that work for us, and they do that work for you as members of the Water Users. So through your membership in the Water Users, you are also a member of NWRA. And so if you are interested in getting involved in that, please come see me. We would love to get some more engagement with that group, and they are doing really great work for us out in DC. And I'm just going to make a plug. Our next speaker is the new Executive Vice President for NWRA. He's going to talk a little bit about what's going on in DC and the work that they're doing. And then just to wrap up, I wanted to make sure to get on everybody's calendar the summer meeting that we host with the Water Resource Districts Association. We will be in Devil's Lake. Looking forward to spending some time up there, and that'll be in July. And then we are already planning for the next water convention, which will be here next December. And so make sure you get those dates on your calendar as well. And I hope that you all have as much fun tonight at the awards banquet as Larry Bars is having in that photo from a couple years ago. And then there's our contact information. So we have a really good website that's got some information on it. That number is the office number to get a hold of any of us there at the office, and then my email there as well. So if you have any questions, if you can't catch me today, please shoot me an email so we can chat. And with that, I am over time. So if you have questions, do talk to me, talk to Mary, talk to board members. We're looking for ways that you can engage with us more and welcome that opportunity. With that, I'm just going to roll right into the introduction of our next speaker. I'm really pleased to be able to introduce Greg Morrison. As I said, Greg is the new Executive Vice President for the National Water Resources Association. Greg is a seasoned leader with more than 30 years of experience in the water industry, specializing in government relations, communications, and public policy. With a career dedicated to shaping water policy, securing funding, and managing complex water projects, Greg has earned a reputation for delivering critical results and forging influential alliances across the sector. Greg holds a BA in political science from San Diego State University and remains deeply involved in the water industry initiatives and professional associations. He lives in Idaho now with his wife, Michelle. They have 4 grown children. He is from Southern California originally, and he was here yesterday with the sub-zero temperatures. So we made sure to give him a good North Dakota welcome with the weather. I promised him no blizzards, but definitely sub-zero temperatures. So with that, thank you, Greg.
All right, good morning, everybody. Wow, those lights are bright. Thanks for that great introduction. So I'm gonna ask for some indulgence here for just a second. I'm trying to get over this cold, and it's a cough now. Started in my head, now it's made its home in my chest. So I apologize if I cough into the microphone. I'll try and cover it. I don't know how well that'll do, but bear with me, and I apologize for my hacking, potentially. With that, I'm gonna put something in my mouth, hopefully keep my throat dry so I don't cough in your ear. The second indulgence that I'd like to ask is 4 grown children, my last one, 3 boys, and then my baby girl. She is a junior at Boise State University right now. She's majoring in communications and marketing. And I said, guess what I get to do this week? I get to present to a couple hundred folks about what I do for NWRA and our membership. And she goes, well, what's that like? I said, well, I'll do my best to give you an idea of what it looks like when you're up on stage presenting. And she said, wait a minute, you're gonna be on stage? I said, yeah. I said, you're in communications. You might want to start thinking about that. And I don't know how many of you in here have heard this statistic, but public speaking is the worst fear above dying. So I told her that. She goes, yeah, Daddy, thanks a lot. That's real helpful. So what I'd like to do, with your indulgence, I'd like to get a selfie with y'all. So she has the full perspective. So what I'd like to do is have a selfie. If y'all would, wave to her and say North Dakota on 3. 1, 2, 3. North Dakota. Excellent. Thank you so much. I'm going to scare her to death with that picture. So thank you again. I just want to really quick parrot what Dani said about your involvement. These elected officials, state or federal, really do depend on hearing from you. You folks are the boots on the ground. You're the ones that can show them, tell them, illustrate to them what their decisions, the decisions they make, what kind of impact that's gonna have in your daily operations. That's why I say it's the boots on the ground. They're in those, those sandstone castles over there and in Washington, D.C., they don't necessarily know how those decisions that they're making are gonna really impact you. So her request for you to get involved, I can't emphasize that enough. It doesn't take much. Could just be a quick coffee, a quick phone call, a quick stop by the office, whatever it might be, but it's incredibly important. So again, thank you for letting me speak to you this morning. And I'm gonna kind of give you an idea of what my perspective is on what's going on in Washington, D.C., and how it kind of relates or intertwines with what's going on here in North Dakota. As Dani said, I currently live in Idaho, which is great. I'm based in the West as this new position as Executive Vice President. We do have a team in D.C. that helps on the lobbying side of things. But I'm based in the West, and the reason I'm based in the West is because this is a member-driven organization. NWRA is a member-driven organization. We need to be where our members are at, and that's right here in the West. And so I'm really honored to come get the invite from Dani to come and speak to you this morning. So enough about that. Let's get into this. So the NWRA mission, to promote the best use of water resources of the nation for the benefit of our people and our environment. It's much different in the West. Anything west of the Mississippi, water is a much different animal than it is on the east side of the Mississippi. So it's incredibly important for us to be very active. I want to have a little fun this morning with you, just because I don't want you to fall asleep. I'm going to try and not lull you to sleep with my speech. I might wake you up with a really bad cough, but I like to have fun. And for guys, there's not much we can do. This is pretty much our outfit, right? Slacks, sport coat, dress shirt. But I try to mix it up when I can. These are my socks. It's almost Christmas time. Although these were my socks yesterday, this morning, I know y'all can't see them, but they're bright red and they say ho, ho, ho on them. I'm kind of known for my socks, and you may get to know me over time and say, Morrison, what kind of socks are you wearing? And 9 times out of 10, they're a little wild. So Dani covered some of this. I'm not going to go into a whole lot of detail here, but because you can see what's on the slide. But I want to let you know kind of how I got here sort of thing. Why is this guy here? Why is he with NWRA? Let me give you a little bit of background. I'm a recovering city slicker. I'll admit it. Born and raised in Southern California. Built a career there, mostly in the water and sewer industry. But now I'm based in Idaho. And sometimes I can tend to overshare a little bit, but that's what I think makes this a little more interesting, is just to give you a little personal view of who I am. And one of the things I had to get used to when I moved to Idaho was the population. I mean, we moved there because we knew it was a smaller population. But just to give you an example, the county that I lived in and did most of my work in throughout my career, well, San Diego and Riverside County specifically, that county, just the county, has 2.2 million people in it. The state of Idaho is projected, the entire state population is projected to hit 2 million in 2025. So that can kind of give you, and I know y'all here, about 800,000 in the state of North Dakota. So my upbringing, if you will, in the water industry was pretty intense, working in California water, and especially the Colorado River Basin. Boy, how do I scroll down on the message notes? Thank you. Guess that's how you do it. So just really quick, Hunter's opening speech was tremendous. I'm sure all of you here heard that yesterday. But I'd like to think that I built my 30-plus year career by pouring respect, knowledge, positivity into friends and colleagues, and it gets returned back tenfold. So I just want to thank Hunter again. I know he's not here, but it was just an inspiring story. And the journey to get where I am today, I've started to really understand, the older I get, unfortunately, the more I focus on hindsight and how much I appreciate hindsight. And I just want to thank you all for allowing me to speak today. I'm humbled. The journey to get here has been an interesting one. Just to give you a perspective, I was a boy who lost my father when I was 8 years old. My mother never really remarried until much, much later on in life. Worked hard and was chasing a ghost to some extent because didn't have a father to kind of show me how things are done. But at the end of the day, it was my Lord and Savior that got me through all of that. And I'm not ashamed to admit that. And I've worked really hard on this career. And I'm super excited about being the new Executive Vice President for NWRA because I think I have a lot to offer, some fresh perspectives. And so I'm looking forward to working with all of you to represent you in Washington, D.C. There we go. Just some key achievements throughout my career, just to give you an idea so you know that I understand how the process works. I've worked with federal agencies. I worked on Capitol Hill for a number of years. I worked in the State House in California for a number of years and was successful representing my agency the last 24 years of my career. I was an in-house lobbyist for a water and sewer agency that represented about 100 square miles and about just shy of 500,000 people. And that's just so you know, I understand how the process works and why it's so important to be involved. So the importance of Western water policy. It's incredibly important. You know, the overview of Western water challenges, its scarcity, competing demand from agriculture, urban, industry, environment, and then also aging infrastructure. The impacts of climate variability on water supply reliability. Like I said earlier, water in the West is a completely different animal, and that's what we're dealing with here. North Dakota's role in the broader Western landscape, and when I say the broader Western landscape, it is what is North Dakota doing to be more reliable and more resilient from a water supply standpoint. The Garrison Diversion and Red River Valley Water Supply Project, I did some research before I came out here, and that's how I came up with this project. But let me tell you, again, and I guess this will go back to my boots on the ground example. Until I got here, and is Dwayne out there anywhere? There he is, all the way in the back. I've been chewing his ear since I got here. He took the time yesterday evening, or no, gosh, what's today, Thursday? Tuesday evening, to explain to me that project and how incredibly important it is, certainly for the Red River Valley area. I had no idea that that river actually runs dry, and that's a drinking water supply. So projects like this and educating not only your state electeds, but the federal government is so critically important so you can do projects like this. And then collaborate with the federal government, which I know North Dakota does. You know, I heard that the senator and the House Representative this morning, and I think, Mary, you asked the question. About funding and what's going to happen with the infrastructure funding that's there through the bill, the bipartisan infrastructure law. And the congressman said, no, I think it's good. And I don't necessarily disagree with him, especially when it's the funds that have already been obligated. But there's a lot of money still left that has not been obligated. And I'm looking forward to some of the things, and I'll get into this a little bit later in my presentation, but I'm looking forward to the new administration, mostly on a regulatory side, right? Because I think the new administration is really focused on regulation in the sense of how do we reduce regulation? How do we make it more functional if we do have to have regulation? How do we make it more functional for y'all in your boots on the ground, right? The other side of the coin with this administration is they're very fiscally focused, especially the DOGE committee. I don't know if I've heard DOGE, I've heard Dodge. I'd rather call it DOGE because I don't want to insult the pickup trucks, but the DOGE committee, I don't think they're necessarily going to hyper-focus on agencies like the Bureau of Reclamation, but again, we need to make sure, collectively, Dani, y'all, to make sure that the agencies and the administration understand the good work that we're doing with those federal dollars here. And for them to claw back that funding that's still out there that could go to additional good water supply projects is critically important. And so that's what I think we need to focus on. Federal legislative landscape. Let's just spend a couple of seconds here. Key legislative priorities in Congress, obviously water resources development, WRDA. See, there's the first one. I made it pretty far without blowing your eardrums out. And its implications for funding projects. We know that WRDA passed the House yesterday, or maybe it may have even been Tuesday. That's a good thing. There's a lot of funding in there. Future funding, certainly under Army Corps, the Army Corps budget. And I think That bill also included some language in there that slightly modifies the Army Corps' mission, which hasn't been done in a long time. And it requires them to focus more on water storage. So I think that's a good thing in the sense that now it's actually, if this version gets through the Senate, which it is expected to do, probably, today's Thursday, not much has moved, so I'd say probably next week before the December 20 deadline. They got a lot of stuff to do next week. One of them is to pass a continuing resolution so the government doesn't shut down after next Friday, the 20th, right? 20th is Friday. But, so word is very important, federal funding opportunities through infrastructure and land packages and farm bills. There's a lot of discussion going on there. I'll get into that a little bit later. There's evolving priorities in the current Congress. Drought resiliency measures and groundwater recharge projects are still a focus. It's a focus more, I believe, on the agency level, not necessarily the administration level, although the nominee of your governor until Saturday, I believe, as the Department of Interior Secretary is a huge accomplishment. If we can get him confirmed through the Senate, I think we can. It looks real positive. We've drafted a letter of support to send to the transition team supporting Governor Burgum. But I think that will be huge because I fully expect you all and Dani, he will be a great conduit to deliver that message up to the administration when it comes to the fiscal needs of the departments and why they're doing a good job and why they should not be clawing back money. Focus on equity and water access and tribal water rights settlements. Those are important. I know those are important here in North Dakota. They're incredibly important in New Mexico and Arizona. There's a little struggle there. I was hoping to see that really kind of come to fruition and be approved, but they're entering into mediation and trying to get that done. And then any bipartisan initiatives addressing rural water priorities. Big issue out here for you all, I know that as well. Same with Idaho. We have a lot of rural water issues as well. Water supply issues, making sure we can continue to deliver water to those customers in the rural areas. Hot topics in Western water policy, federal focus and impacts on North Dakota. Missouri River, Dani mentioned that already. We're well aware of that. Anything we can do at NWRA to help with that, we're there. We stand ready to do that. Versus the Colorado River Basin transfers. The reason I put that on there is that I know you're working on similar basin issues here as well as the Colorado River. And I think there might be some perspective or lessons maybe that you could glean from their successes and quite frankly their failures, what not to do, how to do it better and avoid the pitfalls maybe that those negotiations have fallen into. I was at a conference, Colorado River Water Users Association conference last week in Las Vegas. Can think of about 1,000 better places to be than Vegas, but those two sides, the upper and lower basin states, are at odds with each other. They're about a mile apart right now, and that's not good. It's not good for Western water. It's not good for those 7 basin states that share water off of that river. I don't know, do y'all have adjudication? Have you ever had an adjudicated basin out here? So what an adjudicated basin is, basically you have pumpers in a basin that get in a fight. They can't resolve who gets what out, who gets how much out of that basin. They go to court, and instead of getting along and trying to figure out, hey, how can we coexist in this basin, share the water supply that's in this basin, they decide to sue each other, and now a judge tells them how they can use and how much they can use out of that basin. In my world, that's the worst thing you can do. Tell an attorney or a judge to let you have an attorney or a judge tell you how to use your water, no bueno. Well, when it comes to the Colorado River, if those two, the upper and lower basins, don't come together and figure out how they can coexist, guess who's going to tell them how to coexist? Federal government, Department of Interior. They're going to tell them all those 7 states, how now you get to use the water off the river instead of trying to come together. So when I say try and figure out some of the examples that you can look at to say, that's not how we do it, or yeah, that's a great way to go, let's try that. Don't be afraid to look at those, what other people have done in there. And then overall drought resiliency, that's a big deal for all of us in the West. What does drought resiliency look like? Drought conditions nationwide, the western U.S. has experienced probably the driest conditions in 1,200 years, if you can believe that. There's impacts on agriculture, drinking water supply, hydropower generation. You know, that's a big deal in a lot of the states in the West. I know for Idaho, it's huge. Lots of hydropower. So if we experience a drought, now it's not just a water supply issue, now it's an electricity generation issue. So it's concerning. We need to work on projects that can help protect us and make us more drought resilient. Federal response, Bureau of Reclamation's drought response program, $200 million in new funding for water storage over the last year, groundwater recharge, desalination type projects. Partnerships with states to develop innovative water projects like advanced purification systems, groundwater recharge, aquifer management. The Bureau of Reclamation is a really solid federal partner when it comes to drought resiliency and building water supply projects in the West. So as you can tell, I'm pretty fond of the Bureau of Reclamation. We've had really good experience with them over the years. There's always can be some hiccups, don't get me wrong, but by and large, it's been a good working relationship. North Dakota context, supporting the key role irrigation plays in the water supply picture here in North Dakota, especially as things develop, you grow, population increases. Don't forget about that key role that irrigation plays. And then and protecting against burdensome regulations. That was my comment earlier about the new administration. I think it's a good thing. WOTUS, on Endangered Species Act, big deal, especially on WOTUS. EPA and Army Corps have, I think, way overstepped their bounds in a lot of instances on implementing these new rules that they've come up with over the last several years. And I think the administration is going to focus on things, on rolling that back. And what I'd like to see the administration do, so we don't have this ping pong back and forth, right? Get one administration, all these executive orders and all these changes from the agencies to do these new rules, and then 4 years later, well, gosh darn it, we got to start all over again. Now they're going to force another rule down us and change the rules of the game again. This new administration has hinted at the fact that they want to stop that ping pong back and forth for all of us by legislating this stuff. So if you put it in legislation and in law, then new administrations just can't come in, and new agency leadership can't just come in and change the rules every 4 years. I think that's something worth considering and pursuing. Long-term planning to buffer against future drought impacts through projects like the Red River Valley Water Supply. And I know there's a lot more out there. This is just my quick education on what you all have going on out here, but I look forward to working with Dani in Washington, D.C. to make sure that regulations and regulations don't impede the progress you're making here, and that the funding flow remains strong to keep you guys moving down the tracks towards water supply reliability. Just really quick, the Colorado River Compact negotiations, this is what I was talking about, why it matters nationwide. Everybody's watching it because of that example I gave you earlier about the federal government dictating to the basin states how to use that water. The North Dakota perspective, I kind of touched on this already, but to see the importance of the proactive basin-wide management and stakeholder engagement, why it's so important to try and avoid, like I said, maybe some of the pitfalls that the Colorado River Basin is going through right now. Here's some ideas or some things I think we also need to watch out for. I haven't heard really any conversation this week about it, but PFAS is a real issue. it is a real issue. This past administration made it a really big issue, I think unneededly so, but the regulations on that are pretty tough. So water supply users, it's not something that we're responsible for. So I don't know if any of you heard of PFAS or know what PFAS? Okay, so quite a few, great, okay. So you all know it's Teflon pans, your wax paper that your burger comes in, your pizza boxes are lined with it, right? It's everywhere. It's in the water supply. There's nothing we can do about it. There's nothing you all can do about it. But they're trying to make you all responsible for how much is in that water supply that you might discharge into a river or use on farmland. And that's the kind of thing I call, whoa, big time out. No, no, no. You cannot put that responsibility on us. We didn't put it there, but now you're trying to hold us responsible because the water we deliver now has that contaminant in it. That needs to stop. And that's one area that I know the new administration is really going to focus on. On the good side of things, they are providing funding to help remove it, but PFAS could be a whole nother discussion, and that would definitely put you all to sleep, so I'm gonna move on. Implications to North Dakota, potential costs for compliance with new standards in the rural areas is kind of what I was mentioning, opportunities to access federal grants for PFAS monitoring and treatment technologies. Yeah, they're passing these regulations. At least they had the sense to provide some funding. I don't think it's enough, but I think they need to relook at what science truly says the contaminant level allowable level should be versus what an EPA nerd in a 4x4 cubicle thinks it should be. I don't mean to sound so contrite, but at the end of the day, I'm just trying to speak clearly that that's basically what it comes down to. Agricultural runoff, USDA and EPA collaboration on funding projects to reduce nutrient loads from runoff into surface water supplies. That's just good, I think could be good management practices anyway, just to make sure that we're doing the best we can to monitor nutrient loads to keep the water cleaner for us as we move into the future. So in my mind, this is y'all right here. I don't know where, I found this quote online. I don't know who it was attributed to necessarily, but it says, North Dakota's strength lies in its people, resilient, resourceful, and united in shaping a sustainable water future for its communities and lands. Y'all are kicking butt and taking names, and it's impressive. Conferences like this is fantastic. You all come together and you collaborate. This is what's gonna make you successful in being a strong state certainly when it comes to water supply reliability in the future. So with that, I'm just gonna spend a couple of minutes on some inside baseball in Washington, D.C. And I reserve the right to change my mind in about 5 minutes, because that's how quickly things are going. In fact, I thought about bringing my crystal ball. I have one at home, and no, it's not the magic 8-ball. It's an actual crystal ball, but they wouldn't let me carry it on the plane, so you're gonna have to be satisfied with my crystal ball bottled water. But it's a little cloudy. Can you see that in the back? It looks a little, this is not, I can't see you through it. That's kind of where we are about what's gonna happen over this next year in 2025 in Washington, D.C. We can speculate, and I do want to give you some information. Again, it can change tomorrow, it can change tonight. It'll definitely change a little bit next week to see where the Senate goes on some of these big bills that they're trying to get done before the end of the year. Big one just passed the House last night, the NDAA, National Defense Appropriation Act, and they loaded it up almost like a Christmas tree. There's quite a bit of stuff in there, but just to give you an idea, this is what I see going on right now. The CR, which is a continuing resolution, and what that does is it continues funding for the federal government, if you don't know what it is, what a CR is, at current funding levels for a period of time because Congress couldn't come together and pass the 12 funding bills that appropriations bills that fund the federal government. They couldn't come to agreement on all 12 of those. So they have to do a continuing resolution. Even though they passed a couple of these bills, they passed the WRDA bill and the NDEA last night, that's just those specific departments, if you will. There's still many other funding bills that are sitting out there. So in order to keep the government functioning, they're going to have to do a continuing resolution. But it also has it's run into some resistance from the House Freedom Caucus, but doing a continuing resolution, which took an official position this week against any disaster funding that isn't offset by other spending cuts. So when I say they have a lot of work to get done before December 20th next week, there are some detractors in the House and in the Senate that are going to make this negotiation pretty interesting. So they may push this CR until literally 11:59 p.m. on the 20th to get it through. So we'll have to keep an eye on that and see what happens there. In order to get this done, they've got to suspend some rules, and it's just a mess. The Senate's going to consider, like I said, consider this next week. The Speaker of the House is going to need Democrats to help get this passed, the continuing resolution. So it's an interesting discussion going on right now. I have on here NDAA vote week of December 16th. I was close. They passed it early, so good for them. They passed it, and it's sitting over in the Senate. Like I said, House is first, Senate comes in to finish it up. They've got a lot of work to do. The Farm Bill, would have really liked to see a Farm Bill. Can you scroll up on the notes, please? There's a lot of us that would have really liked to see a Farm Bill this year. I don't think it's going to happen, unfortunately. Last year, they did a one-year extension, which was not the most optimal result, but it's been expiring since September of this year. I mean, it's expiring. Unfortunately, if they don't get it passed, it's just going to kind of leave that issue out there. But the new administration and the new Congress has committed to really picking that issue up immediately to try and get something done. So fingers crossed there and see what happens. So I'm almost done here. Just wanted to give you an idea of what the benefits are, and it's similar to what you saw from Dani and her slides of an NWRA membership, what the value is to Dani, and then i.e. down to you folks, is advocacy, networking, and resources, much to the same of what Dani said this morning. We represent water interest in Washington, D.C. I've talked about a lot of it today. We're constantly monitoring those issues, wanting to make sure that we influence the federal legislation and policies, not only at the congressional level, but at the agency level. The agency level is not legislation, but they do pass rules. Army Corps, EPA, Bureau of Reclamation does not necessarily, they don't have necessarily rules, but their funding is incredibly critical to us in the water industry. So we maintain relationships and lobby those issues there for you. Networking opportunities. I mentioned that you all are doing that here, but with NWRA, if you participate in NWRA, right now we have 12 member states. We're working and looking to expand into additional states in the West to join the association. But it gives you an opportunity to network. Like I said, you might meet somebody. If you came to one of our conferences, you might meet somebody from Arizona or Colorado or Utah and get into a conversation, and that results in a great idea that you take back home and you start implementing here something similar or exactly the same. And now you're moving ahead on something that's going to increase water supply reliability for your area that you may not have come across if you hadn't been at one of our conferences. So it's a very excellent opportunity to do something like that. Resources, again, similar to what Dani talked about. Expert analysis on water policy trends, educational tools, resources. What do those resources look like? We pass those down to Dani if it's talking points on an issue, if it's something as simple as, hey, how do I make a quick contact with this legislator in Congress. We can help put that together quickly, that if there's a contact that's not solidified there from North Dakota, we can help with that. So again, I just wanted to let you know that I'm here. I'm the new executive vice president. It's not the way it used to be. This position used to be based in DC, and when you're a membership-driven or a member-driven organization, that doesn't quite work out. That was one of the reasons I decided to take the job, is because they decided, you know what, we need somebody based in the West. So someone like me can show up at your conference, and I might not be able to be here every year, but I can come every once in a while and be the boots on the ground with you and really gain a good, solid knowledge and perspective, your solid knowledge and perspective, so I can more effectively represent you in Washington, D.C. on behalf of Dani and her association. So really appreciate you letting me not put you to sleep today. I hope you enjoyed it. I hope you enjoyed the presentation. I hope you got something out of it. I'm happy to stick around afterwards if you have questions or just want to chat about something that I mentioned today. My information's on the screen. That's my cell number on there. I'm always available, well, not always available. Otherwise my wife would kill me. But in our website, I encourage you to check it out. So thank you very much.
One more thank you for Greg. Thanks, Greg. Our next portion will be legislative update on NAWS project and Southwest Pipeline. I'm not sure if you guys want to all come up at once. I'll introduce them and they can take turns. How's that? We have Travis Johnson from the Department of Water Resources. He's the project manager for the NAWS project, and with him is Dan Schaefer, who is also the chairman of the NAWS Authority, I'm pleased to say. We have Jen Murray here with us this morning. She's the manager CEO for Southwest Water Authority, who manages the pipeline project for everyone. And Justin Forsyth with the Department of Water Resources. He's the project manager for that project. So who's going first up here? Looks like Travis probably. Okay, come on up.
All right. Good morning, everybody. How's it going? Are we awake? Good. I know this kind of gets to be the part of the day where the energy level drops a little bit, although Greg did a really good job keeping everybody engaged. So I thought I'd come up here and just do a little bit of a warm-up introduction and get things kicked off. I got myself and Dan Schaefer here. They asked me if I'd be interested in doing a NAWS project update, and I thought, sure. I've been involved with the construction of NAWS since April of 2002 when the first piece of pipe went in the ground, so I could talk on NAWS all day, and they said, fine, you're doing the NAWS legislative update. Okay. So if you're going to do something, do it with the confidence of a kid wearing a Batman costume. So we'll start out. NAWS is one of North Dakota's 4 large, actually I got the clicker right here, don't I? There we go. NAWS is one of North Dakota's 4 large regional water systems. We've got NAWS Northwest Area Water Supply System on the east. We've got the Red River Valley Water Supply Project. We've got the Southwest Pipeline, and we've got the Western Area Water Supply Project out west. Now, NAWS is one of 2 state-owned systems along with the Southwest Pipeline. And as I stated, construction began on the project back in 2002. Shortly after construction started, lawsuits and legal action, it enjoined the project. It was under injunction, and so it limited what could be worked on with the project. So work continued on various aspects that were not part of the injunction, and that legal action for that injunction and renewals of that kept the project under involved in legal action for about approximately 17 years, and we just recently were able to resolve that and resume construction on all the remaining portions of the project. And so ultimately the project is designed to serve approximately 81,000 people, and it's owned by the State Water Commission and administered by the Department of Water Resources. Now, except for the Biota water treatment facility, which is a federal responsibility, the project is funded with a 35% cost share from the city of Minot, and that cost share is funded by a 1% sales tax in the city of Minot to cover their share. And the city of Minot and the State Water Commission just recently updated and finalized the financing agreement moving forward to establish the exact funding mechanisms for the project going forward. Let's see. All right. There we go. Here's a quick map just showing all the major features on the entire NAWS system, starting at Lake Skakwe and going up all the way to the Canadian border. The projects and the portions that have been completed are in green and are shown on there. These are the major features. There's a lot of other little smaller features and such, but this is what we can conveniently show on a map that kind of gives you a good lay of the land on there. And then current projects are shown in blue, where we've got the intake project going on down at Lake Audubon, and then we've got the Biota water treatment phase 1, which is nearing completion at Max, and also the Minot water treatment plant improvements phase 2, which occurred in Minot. They're essentially done. Phase 3, that will be coming up in the future, along with expansion of the water treatment plant, the Biota plant in Max. And currently we're starting work on the phase 2 contract for the intake. So that work hasn't started yet, but the design, the permitting process is being finalized, so that should come up shortly. So that's essentially considered in the works at the moment. Now, in the 2023 to 25 biennium, we had several major projects that have been ongoing and are nearing completion or complete, including the Biota water treatment plant phase 1 project, the South Prairie Reservoir and hydraulic control structure, which have just this month essentially reached completion. We've got the Minot phase 2 expansion, which is also essentially complete. We've got a couple of very minor things there yet. Snake Creek intake, that construction is currently ongoing. We've got the discharge pipeline from Snake Creek, which ties into the existing phases of the pipe that have already been completed in previous years. And then we've got the Bottineau Reservoir and Pump Station, which is pictured here in this photo. We also have pressure reducing and isolation vault improvements, which this work was held off until the majority of this infrastructure was in place and the system got closer to being utilized, because a lot of these improvements include electronics and electrical components that don't necessarily need to be installed in those facilities and then sit idle while the injunction was going on and while other phases are being constructed. So these are ones that can be installed closer to final completion of the work to where the system is about to be put in place and in use. So this is a lot of telemetry, SCADA, electrical components, lighting, etc. The anticipated timeline for delivery of lake water is approximately, we're shooting for summer of 2025. This is the general schedule that we have been showing for the Biota water treatment plant being completed sometime late January. That's the anticipated, the targeted completion date, and then we've got in conjunction with that, we also need to have the intake operational as well, which based on the 4 components that are part of that intake, we're looking at summer of 2025 for that as well. And then the permanent intake is a future project. Right now we're looking at an interim intake, which has a temporary intake screen on the face of that structure, which isn't intended to be permanent, but it's intended to allow it to be utilized now while that permanent intake is going to extend about 700 feet out into the lake and have the underwater screens out there. So to be able to be utilized facility now, we have a temporary measure for an intake screen on the facility until this final permanent intake can be installed. So that's the reason why we have the intake that's being constructed now, and then an additional project for the permanent intake. So that is something that's going to be the final plan for that. But we have a temporary one to get us by for now. The remaining projects, again, as I mentioned, the permanent intake screen, and then that project is the one that is currently under the permitting process. We're working through that and finalizing the design based on any minor modifications that may need to be applied to satisfy the permit requirements and other adjustments needed. So the timeline for that is we're expecting the permit to land sometime around May of 2025, and then once we have that authorization and a couple of things in place, we can finalize the design and put this project out to bid sometime in the summer of 2025. And right now we're anticipating June if things land in line with the schedule that we're anticipating. So In addition to that, we have the remaining projects of the Minot Water Treatment Plant Phase 3 improvements, which will bring the system up to its full intended design capacity, along with inline booster pump stations and the Souris Reservoir and Pump Station, which will increase some of the capacity and storage in the outside, in the distribution system up farther north. And then the Biota Water Treatment Plant Phase 2 improvements, which again will bring the system up to the ultimate design capacity. And for this future work, we have projected funding needs for the 2025 to 27 biennium of a total of $107 million that the authority is looking to request for that biennium. Of that, we can see we've got $12.7 million from the Resources Trust Fund, $52.1 from the City of Minot, which is funded through that 1% sales tax, and then $42.2 million worth of federal contribution to achieve that funding. And now I'll hand it over to Dan for the NAWS Authority update.
Thank you, Travis. I'm Dan Schaefer, manager, or my real job I won't talk about. I am the chairman of the new NAWS Authority. Previously, it was the NAWS Advisory Committee that consisted of a member from the City of Minot, a member of the Water Resource District, a State Water Commissioner, one representative for the rural water systems that are in the area that NAWS is providing water, a member at large, a garrison diversion board member, and a member of the Turtle Mountain Tribe of Chippewas. And that was a non-voting back then also. The new authority, which was created last session, changed it to those people that will be receiving water through the NAWS project. And that board is set up as 4 members from the City of Minot, one member of the State Water Commission from the Souris Basin drainage area, 3 members from the rural water systems that are currently in the area, one member from the cities that are directly receiving service from the city, from NAWS, one garrison diversion member that will be non-voting, and also a member from the Turtle Mountain Band of Chippewa Indians that is also non-voting. That membership is made up, like I said, of 4 people from the City of Minot, which includes the mayor, Tom Ross, Dave Lakefield, the finance director, Jason Sorensen, the utilities director, who is also the vice chairman of the NAWS Authority, and Bob Shump, former city representative. The other cities that are represented by 1 member is Tony Schwabe from the City of Bottineau, the 3 rural water members, Teresa Sunsbach from North Prairie, Sean Rapp, a board member from Upper Souris, and myself from All Seasons Water. Also, the commissioner from the State Water Commission is Jason Zimmerman from Minot. 1 garrison diversion member, Kenny Rogers, is a non-voting member, and where Turtle Mountain Band of Chippewas has not been appointed yet. At our last meeting, we approved a draft of the changes that are recommended for the operation of the NAWS Authority. The first part of it does some cleanup work on the previous legislation, and then we will be changing what the authority has the possibilities and can do to hire staff, and includes powers and duties, which is part of the language of all of the other 2 state major water systems. And I'm going to give it back to TJ because he's a lot better at this than me.
All right.
I'm sorry I didn't go through all the slides.
Oh, you're good. So, all right. Now, the NAWS, pardon me, to back up here a second. The Department of Water Resources, which manages the NAWS project, is overseen by Andrea. Obviously, everyone knows Andrea. She's spoken up here for. And then it falls under the Water Development Division, which is managed by Sindhu, and then myself for the NAWS project itself. And then underneath me, I've got 3 staff who work in the field, who are the guys that are the boots on the ground out there actually turning the wheels and turning the valves and making things happen, getting the work done, getting the construction managed, and also operating the system that we currently have in place. So I've got Perry, who's our construction oversight, and Clint and Brandon, they are the guys who are the operators on the system that are out there doing the day-to-day operations work and making sure everything's flowing. So on this project, we've got quite a bit of ground to cover. As you can see, we've got 242 miles of pipeline total, and to drive from one end to the other, it's about 5.5 hours of travel time to cover the entire length of the system, which includes 38 major facilities and approximately 500 appurtenances such as air release blow-offs, meter pits, etc. Now, as you can see, we've shown how the system has grown over the years with the number of features that we've got out there and then are projected in the future as the final intake segment comes online. We have quite a few different facilities to operate and maintain. And then we have, again, many miles of pipeline to cover too, this is to keep an eye on the pipe, watch for any issues, and also pay attention to any development that might be happening on or near the line. And so, part of that funding authorization we're looking for is to make sure we've got enough staff to cover all that ground. And now on to the other meat and potatoes of this is the federal legislative changes, where we're looking at a 2024 amendment to the Dakota Water Resources Act, which is seeking additional MR&I funding authorization of $120 million for continued construction and operations of the NAWS Biota water treatment plant. Now, the $120 million is also intended to replenish the funds that have been expended so far on the current phases of construction that are underway, and the money's already spent, so that way that money is available for future work, operations, upkeep, maintenance, and finishing out that project and then making it operable, because the Biota plant is a federal responsibility due to the lawsuits and the legal action that has occurred to the project. And that was resolved by the requirements for this Biota plant that is needed at max. Now, I guess with that, that's about what we've got for the update. So we have the state legislative updates for the Century Code additions to cover the NAWS authority and the requirements and responsibilities of that board, and then also the federal requirements for the reauthorization of the act from 2024. So, anyways, and with that, I suppose I can turn it over to Justin, because I think I've used up all of my time.
Good morning. I'm Jen Murray. I am the Manager CEO for Southwest Water Authority. I will be presenting with Justin Froseth, who is with the Department of Water Resources and is the project manager for the Southwest Pipeline Project. I will try to keep it as high energy as Travis did. I know that we are the only thing between you and lunch, so but before I start, I just want to thank North Dakota Water and Dani and Julie and Annika for everything that they do behind the scenes to put this conference together, and I really feel that they deserve a round of applause. So thank you, North Dakota Water. And remember to check out those silent auction items back there. They go for a great cause for scholarship funds for students. So the Southwest Pipeline Project is the largest multi-county regional water supply project in the state. It is a state-owned project, just like NAWS is as well. Up on the screen here is just some of our key features, our demographics, if you would say. So we serve a population of about 58,000 people in 13 counties. We have about 7,600 rural customers, over 5,000 miles of pipe. This screen is really small, so I apologize for turning around. 13 counties, 34 million gallons of storage, 35 booster stations, 32 storage reservoirs and tanks, 3 water treatment plants, 2 in the city of Dickinson and 1 up north of Zap. And then we also provide water to 2 other rural water systems, the Missouri West Water System and Perkins County Rural Water System in South Dakota. As the highlight of this morning, and everyone keeps repeating, is education is key when it comes to updating legislators, just updating everybody on how projects work and how water operates in the state of North Dakota. So I'm just going to, provide an update on how the agencies and how my our system works together. The Southwest Pipeline Project was authorized in 1981 by the North Dakota legislature, and it is a fully integrated system. So we serve bulk customers, we serve cities, we serve rural customers directly, and we have other industrial uses and pasture taps for livestock as well. The Southwest Pipeline Project is the overall project. It is owned by the state of North Dakota, so the State Water Commission is the owner of the project, and they are the governing body. The Department of Water Resources has a project manager, Justin, who is the construction administration and the design oversight for all the projects that we do. And then Southwest Water Authority, that's where I fit in. We are the entity that manages, operates, and maintains the pipeline network once it is completed. I am governed by a 15-member publicly elected board of directors. Many of them are in this room today and here at this conference, so they are some amazing people that work tirelessly to ensure that their constituents are taken care of, and that all the water needs in Southwest North Dakota continue to be met, and where that balance is between funding and need. They're just wonderful people, so thank you for everything that you do and for your commitment to water in Southwest North Dakota. Our vision is quality water for Southwest North Dakota with a mission of people and businesses succeeding with quality water. Since our inception, the project has received $448 million in funding for all facilities, all pipeline, all distribution. It's come from several different sources, but we kind of summarized it and broke it down into 3 different pieces. Our state funding, which is primarily the Resources Trust Fund, the federal funding, which has been from MRNI and USDA, and then most recently, we began to use some of our Replacement and Extraordinary Maintenance Fund as a local piece of that puzzle. All of the funding that we receive is under Century Code, repaid back to the state of North Dakota through our capital repayment. This graph is a history of how that capital repayment has grown over time. We are currently at $102 million returned to the Resources Trust Fund, which can then be used for other water supply projects or water projects throughout the state of North Dakota. We are projected to return $6.7 million in 2025. We will hit that $6.5 million mark by the end of this year. So $100 million, we received 448. When we hit that 100 million mile mark, it's quite the milestone. So we did have a celebration back in October out at the Southwest Water Authority office in Dickinson. We had dignitaries and legislators and just people helped us celebrate that return back to the state. This project has come such a long way since its inception, I guess. But we have come a very long way, but we are still have so much more to do. This graph here is our waiting list. So in 2017, we reached the geographical extent of our service area, meaning that we have touched every single county, every location that we had originally set out to serve, and that was served through knowing the customers that wanted to sign up for water. So we built our service areas to the known needs of the time. As time progressed, the success of the project is evident with more people wanting water, more people wanting to come to the area. So we are not going to sacrifice the service of customers that are already connected for connecting new customers. So we've begun waiting lists. This board, or the Southwest Water Authority Board and the Department of Water Resources is working collaboratively to determine how to move forward with some of these projects that still remain to be done, with 675 customers waiting in all counties, not just one area of the project. But we also are looking at the future by means of we need to make sure that we have enough main transmission. We are going to do improvements in some of these areas to connect those people. And then we're also looking at our most underserved areas. So that asterisk there at the bottom is we have an additional 781 customers signed up in our most underserved area. So over 1,400 customers that we know of in Southwest North Dakota still need water. And we continually get requests for industrial water as well. So we are working through some of those projects and trying to move forward into the future to make sure that all of those needs are met. Other challenges, other than just connecting customers, is what we call microbiologically induced corrosion. So this is a little anaerobic organism that has been eating at some of our metallic pipes. The Southwest Pipeline Project between raw water and potable water has more than 90 miles of metallic pipe. We've had about 5 different major leaks on that pipe. So once we determined that it was more of a widespread issue than an anomaly, we've begun to look at a program for identifying where these areas are and how to move forward with fixing them. The one on the left is our most recent break, and that's on a potable line. So we've done we've put together like a matrix or an idea of some areas that may have this microbiologically induced corrosion occurring, and we've done some excavations to try to see if our determination is correct, and we have found some more within our system. So we're putting together a program on how to move forward with fixing and replacing those areas of need. It's primarily, high groundwater, sulfates. We've collected some data in our cathodic protection to see if we can maybe pinpoint some more of these areas. So these are just some of our challenges that we have moving forward. And I'm going to turn it over to Justin to talk about our legislative needs upcoming.
All right, thank you, Jen. As Jen mentioned, I'm Justin Proulx. I'm the Southwest Pipeline Project Manager with the Department of Water Resources. And I'm going to, and first of all, I guess I do realize that lunch hour is coming up. And so if I see people peeling out of here, I'm just going to take it as a sign the lunch line has started, and not that I'm that uninteresting. So either way, hopefully that doesn't happen. But I am aware of that, so I will kind of move through these so I can get you to lunch. But I have up on the screen our list of projects that make up the executive budget recommended budget. We all know there's a process to that. That's the executive recommendation that Governor Burgum had last week, and that will go forward. But these are the projects that make up that $131.7 million. And I've got a slide for each of these I'll quickly touch on so you get the basics of what the projects are and why they're needed. So I'll just get into it here. We've got the Southwest Water Treatment Plant. Expansion of Southwest Water Treatment Plant, that's the existing, is kind of in the middle of your screen, completed about 6-7 years ago. And that's a 6 million gallon per day facility. And then off the screen to the left is the existing Dickinson Water Treatment Plant that was originally a City of Dickinson facility, and now the Southwest Water Authority operates that, about 67 years old. So with the, you have that white box there on the right side of your screen, that's the expansion project. With that 12 million gallon per day expansion, we would retire that Dickinson Water Treatment Plant then after that's completed. So recently we did open bids last month for this. Came in at a low price of $86 million, but we see that as a good bid. It is a pretty saturated market right now, I guess, with projects, more so than specialty contractors to do this kind of work. But we did see that as a good responsive bid, and therefore we're going forward to recommend that be approved at the State Water Commission meeting just tomorrow. So anticipating that approval, we go forward and start that project early next year and be about a 3-year project to do that. We've got the west zone transmission improvements. So I've got really 3 main zones to Southwest Pipeline Project. West zone being one of them. It's pretty much everything from Dickinson to the west along the, not far off the I-94 corridor. A few years ago, it was seen as a need to expand capacity out to the west. And this project's in the budget to do that. We do that by installing transmission parallel lines, booster stations, reservoirs. Extensive outreach was done in order to determine the capacity, the true capacity need. Thanks to Jen and her staff for really being thorough and talking to all the stakeholders out west of Dickinson. And we'll have to, with some of the pipe, or a fair amount of pipe, go through the Forest Service land. So we'll need a permit from, we have a permit with them in order to install that parallel pipe where we've already been with the initial install. Engineering report, preliminary design underway, get into final design after that. The first priority would be our Buffalo Gap Reservoir, and that would be some 10 miles west of Medora, and that would have an immediate hydraulic improvement to that area. Some of that more immediate development we expect in the Medora area with the Presidential Library coming on board. And then after that, we'd, under another bid, do the main line and the pump stations. We've got our supplementary raw water intake. We have had challenges with building the long-term need supplementary raw water intake. Seeing that and knowing that it's going to take at least, I think, a handful of years to realize that, we reached out, our leadership reached out to Basin Electric Co-op, and they were very, we really appreciate our discussions with them as they were willing to talk about capacity and maybe high level. We actually share an intake with Basin Electric. It's their build, and then we have an agreement to use that, and that's how all of our water is brought in currently. But we were able to amend that agreement to increase another 3,000 gallons per minute to bring our total to 13,600 gallons per minute. And in order to physically realize that increase through the amendment, we need to do a project to replace our smallest pumps with some larger pumps. So we're working on that, and we expect to get that bid out next year. For our rural service, we're always looking to reasonably, feasibly expand. So our next feasible expansion area to get customers to more people where we currently aren't, really. We aren't in many of these areas right now. That's our Burt-Hebron area. So Hebron service area is in that yellowish on the top in the north third part of the map there, and then Burt is on the south 2/3 of the map in the blue. We're focused on the Hebron rural. That's the most feasible, basically the least cost per customer to bring water to that yellowish area. So we've got really 2 projects just within that yellow area. Phase 1 would be kind of the rural customers within, and then phase 2, where the yellow meets the blue and kind of middle-ish, that's actually Lake Chida. So phase 2 would be getting a larger pipe for a concentration of users to the Lake Chida area on the southern part of that yellow area. We've got our hydraulic improvements projects. So with our existing rural areas, we have met capacity in a lot of different of those, a lot of service areas within. So we're planning to each biennium put forward a hydraulic improvement to increase capacity and serve the wait lists within those rural areas that are already served. We have quite a wait list. I think it was 700 something. Jim might have put up there earlier, but and we're working on those one by one. Actually, the HI-21 project we just wrapped up this year, and that was improvements to 4 different hydraulic service areas within one project. And we were able to bring on 237 new customers with that project that wrapped this year. So we'll go on to the next one, and the next one planned for hydraulic improvements is the North New England service area, and that's basically the rural users between Dickinson and New England. Ray Christensen pump station upgrades. Ray Christensen pump station facility is actually the facility that pumps all of our treated water from Dickinson out to our 3 different zones I mentioned before. So most imminently, we have kind of paired with our West Zone project that was brought up earlier. We need to improve our pumps to send to West Zone, but also while we're in there, we want to make sure we set ourselves up well for the other 2 main zones within the system. That being on the screen there, the South Zone and the North and East Zone. North and East is kind of lumped together as that's geographically the direction served out of Dickinson. And yes, and then the last project, actually Jen spent some time on it. She kind of filled in where I didn't have the why we're doing this project. That goes back to the microbiologically induced corrosion that we're seeing. Some bugs are attacking the outer walls of the pipe that she showed a picture of, basically. And I know when I was able to go out and look, and when they had some digs, we're seeing pits probably a 1/4 inch deep. And that's significant as that pipe is about 4/10 of an inch thick. So we're getting about 2/3 of the pipe is that outer wall is being attacked to that degree. So, yep, so these are the stats on it. We've replaced about 4,500 lineal feet. Jen mentioned this ongoing study, and that we're, as we go, we're getting a better handle. We're learning more, and we have I think we're getting a good understanding, able to predict where the next pipe issues are. And we're using that to put together a project where we see about the need to replace about 3,000 lineal feet with the next project. So we're just kind of starting into that for design. And also most of that is on, we've got about 90 miles of a pipeline from the lake to Dickinson. I think a little over half of that is the ductile iron and the rest is steel. So a lot of this issue is on that raw water line, and some of it is on our ductile iron transmission line that delivers the potable water. This is our contact info. I know I'm a little over on time, so I probably better pass it on. But thank you all for listening. You can find me after if you want to.
Thank you. Southwest and Northwest are important projects to those in our state. So I want to remind you on lunch, we do have election of our board members here, and I'll have Dani come up to conduct that. But with lunch, we have all our different meetings going on. The Devil's Lake Basin Joint Water Resource Board meeting is at 11:45. They're in the Cheyenne room downstairs. Red River Joint Water Resource District Board meeting was also downstairs in the Cannonball room. The Missouri River Joint Water Board is also meeting downstairs. They're in the Hart River room. Souris River Joint Board meeting is in the governor's room. And if you're attending one of those meetings downstairs, they will be having a buffet line downstairs. Everybody else will be out here. The irrigation meeting, is it irrigation? That's Souris River's in the governor's room. That's right off the front desk. There'll be a separate buffet line for them. So with that, I'll have Dani come up and we'll do elections. Okay.
Okay, we will do elections for the North Dakota Water Users Association. If you are a member of the North Dakota Water Users Association, Jack over here has signs for your caucus. So you caucus with your district. We have the map up on the screen. Figure out what district you're in. If somebody from your caucus will go grab one of those signs from Jack, and your caucuses can meet. And then you can talk about elections. There's 3 positions, one is up every year, so talk amongst yourselves to either renominate a current member or appoint a new board member for any vacancies, and then just come and let me know when you guys are done.
Chair from 6, so just me. So who is accepted?
Thank you.
Yeah.
Great.
There's only the two of us. So.
Okay.
To keep my hands on myself. Think I'll dust them off, put them back up on the shelf. Keeps my little baby girl as a need. Got another mouth to feed. Leaving with the babies and a mama called a grave digger. Gone with the falling leaves. Am I coming out of left field? Ooh, I'm a rebel just for kicks now. I've been feeling it since 1966 now. Might be over now, but I feel it still. Ooh, I'm a rebel just for kicks now. Let me kick it like it's 1986 now. Might be over now, but I feel it still. Might have had your fill, I can feel it still. We could fight a war for peace.
So do you want to vote for D?
Give in to that easy living, goodbye to my hopes and dreams. Stop flipping for my enemies. We could wait until the walls come down. It's time to give a little to the kids in the middle, but oh, until it falls, won't bother me. Ooh, I'm a rebel just for kicks. Yeah, your lover's an abyss for my heart to eclipse now. Might be over now, but I feel it still. Ooh, I'm a rebel just for kicks now. I've been feeling it since 1966 now. Might be over now, I can feel it still. Might have had your fill, I can feel it still.
Kurt, are you good? Okay.
the day is done and the lights are gone, there's something in the air. Can you hear the voices calling? I was made for loving you. Don't be scared, we're only falling. I love the way our bodies move. Put me on the other side, got me on B-roll. Tell me the reason why you're keeping it so cold. I was up there, but another car knocked me off the ladder. Now I'm down on the slippery side, and I can't keep a hold. Yes, I know it'll be and be into the view. Yes, I know it'll lean into me until you change my mind. And you put me on the other side. Now you put me on the other side, hung me out to dry there. Tell me the reason why. Could I see one line? After all this way, you don't rate, I don't like you neither. Tip and a tip tonight. Now you put me on the other side. Yes, I know it'll be and be into the view. Yes, I know it'll lean into me until you change my mind. Now you put me on the other side. After all this way, you don't rate, I don't like you neither. Tip and a tip tonight. Now you put me on the other side. I feel it's so much better.